How are we doing? Happy New Year to everyone. We got here Rand Wolf, morning. Morning Roger, morning Sam. Trust everyone had a good New Year. Hey Sharon, how you doing? Wow, it's gone quick, isn't it? Christmas, New Year, it's all over and done with. It went quick, I've got to say. Slightly stressful in RS, I've got to say. Nicholas, how you doing? Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. Rodian. Jacko, how you doing? I do apologise, I'm still stuck with this cold at the moment. I feel better, but it's all the crap coming out of you. It makes you sound, you know what I mean? You're constantly coughing. It's not pleasant. It's just more of a pain in the arse, to be fair. So here we are. Where are we? We're the 3rd of January 2023. And I don't know if you noticed down the bottom of my chart here, I've got 2 new evaluations. So I believe you might be able to help me here. I believe the valuations finishes today, the 90%. I'm not sure. It may have already finished. I might have to adjust that on my screen, actually. I'm pretty sure it's still on today. I might be wrong, though. Let me just flick through my email, see if I can see anything. But I don't know. Maybe I've got it wrong. Excusey. Let's have a look. So I don't know. You might have to help me with that. It might have gone down. Actually, I'm not too sure. I'm sure someone will chirp in and let me know that. Yeah. So anyway, yesterday things were going well, and the accounts were down to the evaluations down to $16 each. So I thought it was a no-brainer, really. So I got 2 more. 16 hours left. Okay, excellent. 16 hours left. Who was that? Yes, Trader. Thanks, mate. Much appreciated. So, yeah, it's been a funny old few days for me. Obviously, I had the loss of my mum about 4 days ago, and it was a strange Christmas, and it's been a strange New Year. It's a little bit weird. I've got a 14-year-old daughter, so she's finding it hard as well. So it's just been a bit odd. Everyone's a bit numb, so it's been a little bit of a strange one for us. We're sort of lots of bits of bickering and stuff. It's a bit weird at the moment. So it is what it is. Life goes on, doesn't it? So there'll be no streaming on Thursday. I've got some personal stuff which I've got to sort out. Family personal stuff which I've got to sort out. So there'll be no trading. I've got a meeting with people just about the funeral at 2:30. So depending on how long it lasts, maybe I'll come back after. I don't know. I'm not too sure yet. So that's thank you. Thanks. It's appreciated. Life goes on, doesn't it? We have to sort of move on, and I'm here now, and I've got to keep working and stuff. So we got in there then. Keithy, last day today. Yeah, nice one. How you doing, Keithy? Good New Year, I'm assuming. Still got a sore head, or have you recovered? I didn't go out, to be fair. We just stayed in, had a couple of drinks in the house, ordered a bit of food, and just, yeah, it's been a strange one this year, I've got to say. Let's have a look. Kim, say hello to you. Toad, how you doing? Thank you, Toad. Much appreciated. I noticed I've had a few pop up, a few of the affiliate links. So if you do get any, I'd appreciate you using the link. Where is it? It's on here somewhere, isn't it? The code down there. It doesn't cost you anything more, but I get a little kickback. So it's just a little bit of, it's a bit of pocket money. I've got a friend of mine who I use his as well. So we sort of help each other out. So yeah, if you have used my code, I'd appreciate it. Muchas gracias. So let's have a look. Akshay, is that what you say, Akshay? My condolences. Thank you, my friend. You a new face? I don't know. Where you from? Remind me. Nicholas, thank you, my friend. And Toad, cheers. Thank you, everybody. Brant, did you get the trade copy? I certainly did. Well, I thought things are going well, and why they're cheap, why they're 90% off, I thought I might as well give it a go. So I've set my, you might be able to help me with this, Brant. Let me just hover over that one there. There we go. Does that look all right to you? I think it's okay. It's not too complicated, I don't think, isn't it? We got the ES Thur 23. My PA account is my main leader account, and I've got exact quantities. So there's my 2 there. So I think that's okay. Apparently, you've got to set that up every day before you start trading. You can't just shut it down the night and save it. So I've got that anyway. So that's just floating around in the bottom. Now, I've always been an advocate of waiting till I'm sort of earning some money or moving forward before I think about other accounts. But I've got this account up now to enough where I think I shouldn't slip back down. And incidentally, I did put an order in for a payment, $2,000 payment, which I believe comes in about 12 days, something like that. So when that comes through, I'll show you all that if anyone wants to see it. I know some people still doubt you get paid. To be fair, I've still doubted it. The code is on the screen. Yeah, if you want it, it's that code EMPB. My site's not what it used to be. EMPBRXMF. That's the one. It doesn't cost you anything more, but I get a little kickback. So it's up to you anyway. I don't mind if you want to use somebody else's, or you've got pals, I don't mind. But while they're cheap, you might as well get yourself one if that's the plan, and save yourself a few quid. Thank you, ES Trader. I haven't got it yet, so fingers crossed it'll come through. You do get that? Yeah, I'm pretty much sure. I mean, I've been with Apex long enough now, and I've spoken to many people and seen many. In fact, I was browsing yesterday at some of the payouts, and some people have been withdrawing huge amounts of money. It's unbelievable. It just goes to show how much money there is to potentially be made in trading. But yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Some people are raking in huge amounts of money. I'll say congrats on the payment. Thank you, Mike. Cheers. But what I will do when it comes through, or I get an email, I'll pop it on the screen so you can all see it. I suppose you've been with me on my journey since day one of the evaluation and through the PA. So it's kind of nice to share it, really, isn't it? This is a bit of my journey, So market is about to open in about 10 seconds on mine. Shutters. When using the copier, be sure there are no open orders left on the tray. Yeah, well, what I've done, actually I should probably lift that up a little bit. I've noticed I was watching Daryl Martin using it, and he clicks on positions and then he right click and clears. So yeah, got me a bit concerned when I saw it. I paid for it, and then I watched the training video on it, and he mentioned that, and I'm thinking, oh great, so I've paid $120, $150 for this thing, and there's no guarantees it's going to work. So but yeah, I just think I'm aware of that, because I mean, at the end of the day, when a trade closes down, you want it to trade the rest of them. That's the whole idea. Well, it sort of doesn't, you know what I mean? So I don't know, but yeah, the reason I've adjusted my what have I done here? Let's leave that out. I've adjusted my, I usually close this down a bit, but I've adjusted so I can see positions. So if I do have once I hit a trade, I will click positions, and then at least I can right click. I'm assuming the main one, which is the leader account, well, obviously that should close or do what it's supposed to do. I think it's the others, but I hope it's something that happens few and far between, because if it's something that happens a lot, it just sort of seems a bit counterproductive in a way. But well, it is what it is. So okay, market's open. I've had a quick look this morning, my chart a bit, everything seems to be rangy. We've had this little bit of we had a market open, big quick spike, and then we've had a couple of pushes down, and we've slowly sort of worked up in this trend. I dare say we've had breaks depending on how you draw it, but anyway, we'll move down and so I have also adjusted my screen, so I have another chart above me now, which is this, where I'm going to draw any larger trends, because is there some with us? He's not, is he? There was a trade I did last week, And we'd had a break, and I was trying to go long into a new high, and the market tanked. And what I didn't realise, there was an overall trend. In fact, the overall trend was down. So when I was trying to go long into the top of a downward trend, I lost the trade, and the market tanked about 20 points. So what I've done is, what I usually do is I have another chart above my head here on another screen, which I just will browse at constantly, so it'll give me, because a lot of the time you spend time zoomed in here, so that will give me an overall picture, and I can draw larger overall trends there, so I don't end up missing something like that. There can be lingering stops, etc., that don't come off automatically when you use the copier. God, it sort of seems a bit counterproductive using the damn thing, really, doesn't it? Have Rhythmic open? Yeah, I've got Rhythmic open down here. There's Rhythmic, just in case, but... Do you know, I didn't hear that until I actually purchased it, and I'm thinking, oh, great. Okay, so now I bought this thing to close trades, and it might not work, which is a bit frustrating. It must be frustrating if you've got, I don't know, 10 or 20 big accounts, and you're making serious money off them. But I suppose that might be part of it, and make sure that there is no open orders in it. Right, okay. I'm beginning to think I'd have been better off just keeping the one account. Oh well, okay. Anyway, it is what it is. I've just got two $16 evaluations in there, so we'll move on. So let's see how we get on. So, okay. Market we know is open. Thank you so much for all the insights you provide. Thank you. I mean, I'm not an expert trader. I've been doing it a couple of years. This is purely the way I see it, the way I've learnt it, and it's sort of my, the way I see it. So, you know, it's not always going to be right. I'm going to make mistakes. So all I'd say is, you know, don't copy what I do. Just look at what I do as maybe a different perspective. You know, just to comment your, compliment your trading. Maybe if I draw, you know, some things I'll draw that you might miss, and vice versa. So it's, you know, it's all about just sort of moving forward. So I'm getting very greedy with Apex. Yeah, I've been there. Hey Sam, how you doing? Happy New Year, bud. Way out to walk the dog. Really got to be done, mate. Someone's got to do it. Yeah, you take it easy, bud. I'll see you soon. Brant, what did you say there? The other thing you can do, have two other screens up with the secondary account on it. Oh man, you're making this difficult for me. On the chart, so that you can see if any orders left on it. Let me read that again. The thing you can do is have two other screens up, the secondary accounts. Okay, so I have this above me. Will this help? I've got one screen in front of me, and I've got this one above me, which I sort of tend to look at overall. So, but what I'll do, I believe, if I hit positions when there's a trade open, anything left should show, shouldn't it? I think. I hope. Oh, this is beginning to become a headache. Oh well. What kind of position size? Same thing I've done from the start, 2 contracts. That's what I did on the, that will enable me to lose about 6 in a row before I blow the account. And as far as I'm concerned, if I lose 6 in a row, I shouldn't be trading live anyway. So I like to get them out of the way if I can. But yeah, 2 contracts, and that's what I've done. Sorry, windows, not screens. Okay. Oh, Brant, you're stressing me out now, mate. Oh, you're stressing me out, mate. Things were easier before you spoke to me this morning. 2 other windows. What do you mean, 2 of these? You mean 2 of them? Oh, do you know what? I'm going to leave it like this for now. I can see them. Am I best off just leave it like that on positions? Brant, my best off just leave it like that on positions. That way, if there is anything left open, it should show in here, shouldn't it? Either way, it's easy. Just use the method you like. Okay. I'll leave that like that. But am I better off, because I'm quite new to this, am I better off doing this? Because I can click close, can I? Will that do it, will it? Am I better off having that open? Sometimes if you just keep hitting close, will that close and more, will that not? I don't know. I'm quite new to it, to be fair. This is the first time I've used it, so I'll have to sort of wing it, I think. So, okay, if I leave that like that anyway, if I open any positions, I believe I was looking on the Daryl Martin's chart, and he said right-click and close everything, but I noticed on the 3 was left open, there were little crosses. I'm just wondering whether that does the same thing. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's just let's see how we get on. See how we get on. Okay. Yeah, what I'm doing on my other chart up there is I'm just sort of plotting larger. If you look at that, I'm just plotting so that kind of fits. Well, does it? I don't know. I'll just do that and have a little play around with that so I don't miss any bigger moves. But at the moment, we're just doing is that valid? Possibly. In fact, I might just get rid of that for now. And let's have a little look. Seem to be doing something like that, don't we? Might be a bit higher up. Might not be. Let's leave it like that for now, see what happens. Once again, I apologise for all the coughing and the sniffing. I'm a little bit stuck with it at the moment. It's a bit as unfortunate as it sounds. If I know I'm going to have a coughing fit, I'll switch a mic off, but sometimes it might just blurt out, we'll have to see. Okay, so morning, everyone. Okay, let's see what we can do. Couple of rough days the last 2 days, knocked me a little bit, but I processed them over the weekend, and I feel pretty all right now. Ready to come back to it. Let's get back to my safe trading. Let's just try and wait for really good quality setups and just tick on, move on. See how we get on. Let me just check everything's where it should be. That's okay. Okay. Everything's good, I think. They're all there. Everything's at 0. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll keep it on positions, actually. I don't really need to see that yet, and I can always flick backwards and forth, can't I? In fact, I might just switch that P&L on. Where is it? Where are you? P&L currency, is it on? Show it. Okay. Okay. Right, okay, so what are we doing today? Well, we're ranging so far. We've had the big market opened, it had a quick spike up, and then we had a couple of legs down. We had this sort of slow moving uptrend, a little bit of sideways now. We seem to be, well, is it an upward bias? Possibly. It's hard to say at the moment, isn't it? But so a little look. See how we get on. So I trust everyone had a good New Year. Anybody still got hangovers, or you all recovered? I think I had a couple of whiskies. I think that was about it. That was about my luck. I've given up with the hangovers now. They're just, can't do them. Getting too old for hangovers. Red gold. I spoke to you before. Not sure. The trouble is, once you've been streaming for a while, you get more and more people and you start to lose track who's who. Okay, let's get rid of him for a minute. Let's have a look. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. SW Blaze, I just keep a small account data window open. Can instantly see. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Took a second entry long. So did you do something like that, did you? Yeah, it does seem like we're getting some sort of an upward bias, don't we, at the moment? But I'm just trying to get back to those nice, safe, obvious trades. Ideally, if I can get a couple of trades a day, a couple of good quality trades a day. I think you'll always get a couple of good quality trades if you're patient enough to sit and wait for them. But that's all I want to try and do, really. If I can get 2 nice trades a day, that's the plan. Doesn't always get a plan. I've got to say, the last day was a tricky old day. Morning, Kirk. How you doing? 4 trades so far this year, up over $1,000. Excellent. Congratulations. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Julian, hangovers make me feel like I'm literally dying. You're not still suffering, surely, are you? I'm going to say, I worked, I remember years ago when I was about in my early 20s, I went and worked in a ski resort in France. And I've got to say, the worst hangover I've ever had in my life was at about, I don't know, was it 6,000 or 8,000 feet or something like that? Nothing worse than hangovers at high altitude. I was in bed for about 3 days. Trying to keep my trades down to 30 to 40 a day. Good on you, lad. Well, there'd have been a time where I'd have taken that many, putting that. In fact, I look back at some of my early charts, and I think I probably had about 20 or 30 a day. In fact, first time I ever tried live trading, I put money in there, and I think I must have took 20 or 30 trades, and I worked out I must have been about $150, no, about $50 up, but I couldn't understand why I was in the red until I realised all the commissions. Yeah, when you're taking trades like crazy with your own money, you tend to forget about commissions, and all of a sudden you think you're up, and when you're taking into consideration the commissions, you ain't. That's probably a bigger trend working up, isn't it? I have got one up here which is giving me an overall possible. I just tend to adjust that just so I don't end up missing anything I shouldn't. Maybe. Excuse me just for 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly nip to the... Or am I? Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Okay, what did I miss? 9:45 news. I've not got nothing on my screen. What is it, Brant? 9:45. So what time would that be? Where are you, mate? How many hours behind are you? Is it 9:45 Eastern Standard Time? Let's remove that. So what I am seeing on my charts now. One sec. How right this is, I don't know, but it. Oh, what have I done? I pretend I didn't do that. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at that, and it does seem, I don't know. Let's get out of the way, it's just annoying. My apologies. Okay, probably not going to get into an overall trend just yet, although that does look... No, forget it. Forget it. Okay, my biggest win, 10 plus points, was because I looked at another platform, setting up Delta. I felt, didn't check it out. I think I had a 24 point one once, from the top to the bottom, but I was on a demo, so it was a lot easier to follow it down and not jump in. I think that's my biggest. I think once I get my account up to a sort of a safer, more relaxable amount, then what I may do, if I eventually go up to 3 contracts, I might sort of, 1 for 1 on the 2 contracts and possibly then think about a runner. So, would you call that a failed breakout? Possible. Nothing there really, there wasn't really a setup. Let's have a look. Getting better at catching the big ones. And I've heard Max say he tends to swing trade a lot of his now. I think he'll keep his runners in for quite a move. He'll obviously just scalp his 1 point. He still takes, well, I believe he still takes 1 point. Right. Okay. Was that news you're on about, Brant, was it? I haven't got anything on my chart here. Okay. That's the market open. Well, that's a big drop, isn't it? Could be in for a range day today. Let's have a look. Check. 3861 target. Done that, haven't we? Oh, no, not yet. Okay, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit there. Okay, we know we're in a range anyway so far. That's bounced off the open today, so... manufacturing. I'm assuming it's is it a low impact news? I don't know, because I know on this came in ice cold. I know on my indicator here. What is that? Oh, I didn't like that. Whatever it was. Where's my indicators? Okay, I'm assuming this is all to do with. I don't like that. That's to do with the trade copy link, isn't it? Yeah, on my economic news here, I just have, I think, medium and high impact news. News released and continue downwards. Okay. Just bounced off the where the market opened, isn't it? There. Low impact via the indicator, just its inflation. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of this a minute. Zoom in a little bit. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. All these I put on incidentally are just giving things a try, so you know they mull out. New low. Alright. Right, are we right, we're cleaning a range at the moment, aren't we? It's a gap to fill. Okay, so we have range here, and we've come out the top and we've come out the bottom, so are we going to continue to go down, do you think? Hard to say at the moment, isn't it? Even if I wanted to go short there anyway, it's just nowhere near there. No. I did look at that. Trouble is, no guarantees it's going to go down, is there? They're way too far from the MA for me. It's the ATR. Dr. Linney. I think you're a new face, aren't you? Welcome. Where are you from? Dr. Linney. I think I've heard that name before. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a bit. I know where I am. That was the open. There's overnight lows. So let's zoom in a little bit. See what's going on. Oh, dear. Okay, that's keeping on coming, isn't it? That. You go with that one, did you? I suppose it's everyone busting to get back to work and earn money, isn't it, I think? Trouble is, if you overdo these too big and you get a break, sometimes you've already had a break, haven't you? That's the thing in the minute. And the ATR started quite large, isn't it? Just a quick question. With this trade copier, I've made the lead count my PA account. I'm assuming that one will always close first when that closes. It'll obviously message the other two accounts and they'll close accordingly, hopefully. So I'm assuming that will always close first anyway, won't it? Being the lead account, because obviously that's the most important one. The last thing I want to be doing is having that still moving before, while I'm trying to get out of a trade. Moving like lows. Yeah, we're down here, aren't we? Doesn't even really give you a chance, does it? That's the trouble when you get these fast. I mean, look. God, if you can just get one move like that a day. Oh, you'd be laughing, wouldn't you? Al Brooks will jump on a breakout. Only PA trader I know. He's very experienced, isn't he? He is. I have seen bits of his stuff, and he reads the market really well. Sharon, Bufas, is that you say that name? From Morocco. Bufas, Morocco, North Africa. Excellent. Welcome, Sharon. Took like 4 shorts from the open. $1,700. Good on you. Well done. From my understanding, they should all close within milliseconds of your year. I suppose the only thing is, yeah, that's the theory, Jamie, anyway, isn't it? That's what we all plan and hope, I think, isn't it? Okay. See what happens here, see if we can get up here. I am thinking we are likely going to come down the overnight lows. It's not a given, but we'll see how we get on anyway. So we've had a push down. See how we get on. Let's get an order ready just in case. Okay, one push up at a size. See if we can get something else. Been using the trade copier with pairs of lead accounts. I kept open window positions. Trades. After 50 plus trades, I had to manually close orders only once. That's okay. That's not too bad. That gives me a little bit more faith. Yeah, I know Daryl mentioned about the limit orders. Does it only tend to happen with limit orders or what? I don't know. Okay. Let's see how we get on here. Okay, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Just going to give that an extra tick. Don't quite know what's going on my P&L here. Is this the total P&L? I'm not too sure. It's showing large amounts. Don't like the sound of that. That's getting a bit scary. Okay, that is a lower high. Like it to break below here, really. It's frustrating when they go sideways. I have way more open on the other accounts. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Let's take this down here and just follow it down if it gives me the option. Eight on that account. Oh my good grief, what have I done? This is the lead account, isn't it? This is the most important one, so I'll have to see what happens. We can break this bottom and I'll jam my stop in and see what happens. Just want to hit the bottom. Go on, push down. Yeah, it is congested, isn't it? I'm sort of in it at the moment. I'm just trying to... I'm still hoping we're going to make a new low. Okay, I'm going to try and secure something. Hopefully we can push down. Okay. Okay, it is what it is. I still think it's going to come down and make a new low, but I don't know. I thought the trade was good. Perhaps I should have took something down here. What did I get? 150 out of that? Okay. It is what it is. I got in it. I sat there. I'm pretty sure it's coming down and make a new low, but I don't know. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. Usually they find a way. There you go. Look. Typical. Perhaps I should have held on. Okay. I think what made me a little bit want to get out of it is, I don't know what was happening with my accounts. What did I do? Sometimes, though, when you get a good setup, it's tried to go higher, but every time it's gone lower, it ended up... what would I got out of that? Is it worth me making myself miserable? Yeah, I probably got out at the bottom. I'd have jammed me stopping, so it is what it is anyway. Okay. You got 5.5 points. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Okay, let's try and figure out what I've done with my accounts here. Accounts. Okay. Okay, so that's the main account. These two. I don't know what I've done here. Let's have a look, see if we can figure this out. That one there. Right, the ratios aren't any different, are they? Exact quantity, is that right? So what's gone wrong there? Anyone know? Why it seemed to double up on... Well, it's doubled that one, it's tripled that one, isn't it? Quadruple that one. I'm quite glad it... Well... I suppose at least they're up, but I don't know what I've done here. Anybody got an idea what I've done here? Exact quantity, it should work the same, shouldn't it? Got two contracts. Typical. 2 times each. Where does it say that though? Exact. If I go to ratio, it's everything's. You know what I mean? Ratio set. Ratio's on 0, isn't it? Each one doubles your private. Okay. It says 0, isn't it? That's what I mean. Lucky accidents. What should I have it on? Exact quantity? Two, 3, and 4. How did I? I don't exactly know what I'm doing here. Ratio should be 1. Okay, so if I set the ratio to 1, yeah. Is that right? Is it? Damn me. Oh dear. Your setup is fine. My guess is that your market order got filled differently on each account. Wow. This is beginning to become stressful. Okay. Exact quantity is correct. Okay, let's bin that then. Exact quantity. Okay, so there's my main one. Set to 2 contracts. Okay. I don't like what happened there. Don't use ratio. Okay. I'd set your secondary account to sim. Sure you have it correct. I think it works for... Oh God, it's stressful, isn't it? This is... Yeah, see, if I'd left that, it would have worked. See, it would have broken the... Because sometimes it does go... It can go sideways, but it's gone sideways and down. And sometimes... I've been guilty of doing that before, and then sometimes I'll look on Mac's chart and he'll take it and it's done exactly the same. So sometimes with a bit of time and patience, but that's the trouble. Nerves can get the better of you. Try flip. Try fix it. Try MES for sure. It's not with blown accounts. No. $150, bud. You can create a secondary. Oh, this is getting complicated. I thought it was simple. I watched Darryl Martin do it and everything seemed to be fine. Stress. What's concerning me, see, is I'm not major stressed because I paid $16 each for these, so it's not the end of the world. My issue is if you end up having half a dozen PA accounts and you're talking real money. Okay, so, all right, well, at least we're up a bit anyway, but I don't know what's going on there, really. You can create a second SIM account to make the SIM leader, the SIM secondary, yeah. Thing is, even if you make that leader, it shouldn't make a difference from your main account being the leader. I mean, obviously, that's the important one. But I just don't know why those... It's hard to say. Exact quantity is correct when you just want to copy identical. So it is on there, isn't it? We'll have to see what happens again. Okay, so we're on exact quantity. That's my main account. These are copied. Let's see what happens next time around. If there's an issue, in fact, I'm going to take a screen copy of that. If there's an issue, I'll just message Darryl Martin and see what he says. Or just drop a... let me just take a quick screenshot of that. Well, I watched this video and how he explained it looked pretty straightforward, which is what I've done. I'm just going to take a quick copy of that on my phone. Well, see what happens. Okay, so that's a bit frustrating. I wish I'd have been patient now, but I think the bit that threw me is these popping up. Just go for one contract on the next trade. Trouble is, I'm going to have to do it at some point anyway, aren't I? Let me have a think. Well, I've took a photo of it anyway. That's how Daryl Martin explained it to me in his videos. And if there's any issue, we're just going to have to restart my accounts. I think maybe you opened the trade copier twice. Right, hold on a minute. Right, okay. There's the problem. There's the problem. So if I just... Yeah, you're right. Who said that? You get a brownie point. Where are you? Kev. Excellent, Kev. Yeah, I was messing around with that just to figure out how to do it. The thing is, one of them's twice, and the other one's 0. So why is that one twice and that one twice? Okay, so I'm assuming if I just shut that down like that, let's see if it's still there. Still there, isn't it? That's it. Right, hold on a second. Let's get them both up. That's it. There is just one up there now. Okay, so that might have been the problem. There it is. Okay, exact quantity. Let's see how we get on there. Man, that was stressful. I think I just took a couple of years off my life. On the one side, at least I'm up. Okay. Yeah, you can place a limit order far away from price and look at the orders tab to see what works. Yeah. One issue people face, they often open the trade copier twice. Okay. Point taken. Okay, so what I'll have to do is just keep an eye on that. I suppose on the plus side, I got something out that, well, the trade worked, would have worked. Well, did work, I got a bit out of it. Yeah, okay. It would have been good. But okay, sometimes you just, I don't know, it's first time, a little bit of nerves after last week is making me probably be, but I mean, sometimes trades can go a little bit sideways. I quite often see Mac taking a trade and it'll go sideways and work, so I've heard him say don't worry too much when that happens. Sometimes it just does take a bit of time. Should have just closed all the accounts when one. Well, to be honest with you, the main one I was concerned with was the PA account. I liked the trade. We'd had this push down. We'd had a good push up, followed by a big bearish bar. I thought the trade was okay. That's why I left into it. At the moment, this account for me is worth $5,500. These are worth $16. That's what I've sort of, you know what I mean. So, not so sure. Yeah. So anyway, but the trade worked. What did I get? 1.5 out of it. All I was after is it breaking the lows there, because I had a fair assumption it was coming down to the overnight lows, but stress. Watch for the bounce. Continuation. Okay. Okay, let's put it back on the positions. At least they all closed. Could have had 2 headaches in one there. Before I take any trade for the day, I check to see the correct quantity. I did actually put it down there, but I didn't know. There was 2 up for some reason. I don't quite know what I did, but no, it's happened. I suppose we all get these little teething problems, don't we? Fortunately, the one won in my favour. Okay, let's see if there's something bigger going on there. Okay, let's just get rid of that a minute. Okay. Excuse me just for 2 minutes. Okay. That's the channel I have, yeah. Sometimes I won't always have the same channel, but I have another one up here sometimes, which is zoomed out, giving me a bigger picture. Because I know sometimes last week, the trouble is, the more people you get on the stream, you get lots of people saying, I have my chart like this, I have my chart like that. So what I was doing is constantly adjusting mine and getting a bit mixed up. So what I'm going to do is just trade it how I see it. Otherwise, sometimes it can just get a bit complicated. So I might not have it the same as you, or I might have it on a chart above. So otherwise, it just gets a bit confusing. Otherwise, so okay, right. And also right click, close all orders. Make sure they're not open. Yeah. Yeah. A key tree. Is that you say your name? A key tree. We have chatted before. Sometimes orders get filled in the copy, but not in the main. Oh my good God, this is turning into a headache. Okay. This is a headache. Okay. So we have broken the overnight lows, haven't we? We've got Friday's low here, so whether we'll come down there or not, I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay. Moving on. I suppose the thing about leaving it... Asim, how you doing, bud? How was your New Year's? Not too bad, actually, mate. Not too bad. Not too bad. Could have been better. It wasn't our best year, but I don't know. It happens sometimes, doesn't it? Sometimes it's just, just keep an eye. Yeah, that's why I've got my positions here, Brad. So if anything does pop up, at least I can try and figure out what's going on. So, see how we get on. In 2 minds whether to go and get a whiskey. I think I need one after that. Excuse me a second. I've just got a quick phone call. Bear me a second. God, one of those annoying phone calls. Total review. Oh, dear me. Okay. Okay. No, I'm not trading at the moment. I'm just looking. Don't like the look of it. The way we've come up this side, and then we pushed over the side. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware it could go up or down. I'm just, as far as I'm concerned at the moment, we're still sort of ranging, aren't we? I mean, you could say this is a failed breakout here, but it's only really touched once prior, isn't it? So I think with a strong move down, it's likely going to come down, but it's just too risky to take a trade, really, isn't it? There was a there was a lower high there, but I just don't like them that far away from the EMA. Yeah, no fail second entry long on my chart. Actually, I came out of that trade with a 1.5. If I'd have held for the 4, I thought I might have got 3 or 4. The way it pushed down, I may have even passed that one evaluation in one trade, I think. Yeah, it's just hard to say what's happening, really, isn't it? You just don't know, do you? Okay, that is technically a possible failure, but just way too far from the EMA. You took 2 point second entry short. Assuming it was that one you took, did you? Or did you take that one? Trouble is, when you do keep adjusting this chart, I mean, kind of like that bar, but it's a big old bar, that is. Kind of like where it finishes, but 20 points, 26. I don't think so. I don't think so. That 2 points count, yeah. Wasn't very good here, was it, that one? That's the trouble, is you can be quite different on your chart, can't it? So what might look poor on mine might look good on yours. I kind of like the bar, but it's massive, isn't it? It's just risky, that is. It's better on your chart, yeah. It is. It still amazes me how different they can be. That looked terrible on mine, yeah. It was obviously destined to work, wasn't it? Trouble is, sometimes you could look at that and think, okay, that's a second entry. EMA's facing down, we've had a break. And you could think, well, it's bearish, but not brilliant. But on someone else's chart, it could be a lot better. So would that ever, could you ever take a trade based on that it's quite likely going to look good on someone else's chart? I couldn't personally, but I wonder if many people do. We may end up sort of getting a downtrending day today. I did have a browse on the daily today, and we've had a little bit of up and down, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of congestion, but I don't know. It certainly possibly could come down, couldn't we? Had that big push down, a little bit of sideways, and maybe we're going to move down throughout the day. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? 3 points in the failure. Did you go here, did you, Kirk? Yeah. I did look at it. It's just, I don't know, it's just such a big bar, isn't it? What is it? It's 5 points. Tick above, tick and a half, 5.5 points. I'd have probably put my tick above here, so it'd have been 5 3/4 points. Just Having said that, if that body, I tend to like those bodies under the EMA, so if that body was under the EMA, that might have enticed me to take a limit order somewhere around here. I did reload it this morning, yeah. I will reload it again if it helps you. Trouble is, I've got that many windows open. Might take half an hour. Oh, okay. That's the trouble sometimes. Never puts the bloody things back, does it? Let's put that like that for now. Is that any better? Does that help anyone? Anything of mine look different? I know sometimes makes your trades look different. In fact, I took a trade actually a few months ago. A really nice looking trade, but when I reloaded the historical data, it made the trade look crap. And when I posted my chart, I had people saying, "Why the hell did you say that trade?" I hadn't noticed it. So it can do that sometimes. It can upset the way your trades look. I thought we may get a little bit of movement to the side here. Possible reversal. Well, Mikado, is that you saying Mikado? As long as yours says the ES 323 2000 tick chart, I wouldn't worry about it, mate. Just trade it how you see it. I've heard that question asked a dozen times or more over the last couple of years, and every answer I've ever had that's come from Mac has just said, just trade your chart as you see it. So, okay, regardless of what's happened here, we have had a new low anyway, so see what happens. At the moment, really, we haven't really established what kind of day it is. It's certainly, if I look at my, I've got this sort of blown out a little bit, it's certainly ranging at the moment. We've had a couple of bits of a break, so at the moment, we haven't really established what sort of day we may have yet. It's a little bit too early. How are you doing this? Fast click to see how big a bar. Oh, just. Have you got a little? It's got a little wheel. You know, the little wheel in the middle of your mouse. If I hover it over there, is that what you mean? And I just hold it, and I look at the lows and look at the highs, and it just tells me how many ticks and points are in the bar. Is that what you mean? Indeed, the bars are only just indicators after all. Yeah. I thought it's nice to compare charts. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Although it's frustrating when you know someone's had a great trade and a really nice opportunity you haven't, but it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Some days you get some lovely setups. I mean, I tend to post my chart majority of the time on the Facebook group. Quite often you'll see someone who had a lovely trade and I haven't, or vice versa, so you just got to do it, you know. You've just got to trade your chart how you see fit. Yeah, just on the wheel, the middle wheel of your mouse. I don't know if there's any other way of doing it, but just hover over and right click. So they are 4975, so that's 5.5 points, that one, that part, which is quite a size actually. Trap setting up. Wear short or long? Yeah, I don't think I'll be too keen on going long just there, especially into that lot. That is, yeah. And what else? I don't know what else is. I think the news reel I got is part of his. The news feed I got is part of his. Traps for the longs. Hey Emily, how you doing? Happy New Year. Our little faraway friend. How many days I have traded on my car? Excuse me a second. I'll have a cough. You only make your evaluation, are you? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, if you go onto the Apex site, click Count Summary when you're logged in, it'll show you. Yeah, just click Account Summary and it'll tell you. What it might not do, sometimes if you've traded today, it won't update it till tomorrow. So if today's been a trading day, it's probably not going to show until tomorrow, but it will give you an idea. Are we millionaires yet? I've been a millionaire in my head for years. It's just not quite reality at the moment. Okay, it looks like we are moving a little bit, isn't it? Okay, there's a long's got the points. See, I've got a bit of a range here. I don't even think I could bring myself to go short as a failed breakout, because at the moment I'm just not 100% sure. If I look at the overall chart, I'm not 100% sure exactly what's going on. We've certainly had a range and we've had a couple of dips out of it, so we'll come back in, and it's hard to say. We might come back out so far and come down and then have a sort of a bigger overall trend, but it's at the moment it's just too early to say, which is why I think I'll stay out of any type of short here. Second link down. I'm just wondering whether it may push up to whether it may push up to the open or something. It's not really clear at the moment, is it? Push up, bit sideways, push down, but it's hard to say. Just thinking, is there any congestion around here where it may use as support? What would be a safe short? Yes. To be honest with you, it's just hard to say at the moment. Could be in a bit of a range here. We may come back down, we may push low. It's just hard to say at the moment. It's not mega clear, really. So we've got a bit of a trend sort of working up there, haven't we? It's just not really clear at the moment. You could say this is a failed breakout, but it might come back, touch the EMA and push higher. It's just hard to say at the moment. This is unwarming time. If we can push below the EMA and have a decent signal bar, then it's hard to say at the moment. I may consider short. It's hard to say. We have had this range, and we have sort of... Oh, not again. Sorry about that. We've had this range and we've sort of broken out of it and pushed back in, so it's really not that clear at the moment. Itching to short. Yeah, I mean, it possibly well did. We've had quite a good strong push down, and you might call that a break, you might call this a break. It could have a couple of legs out and come back, but it's just hard to judge at the moment. And if it's really not clear, I think you're always best off just trying to stay out. You just don't know. It could come back. I mean, that could be looking like a nice bar. It could trigger, touch here and pop out the top. It's just hard to say. I mean, after the last couple of days, I'm a bit edgy this morning anyway, so I'm trying to be extra cautious if I can. Yeah, Techno King, no trade's a good trade. It's a little bit unpredictable at the moment. See, if you'd have picked something like this off the top, not that it was a good bar here, and you'd have think, yeah, top, we're still coming down, you'd have got triggered and stopped out, so it's just really unpredictable. I like to try and let it do its thing and then move off in the next direction with a good setup, and that's when I tend to get in. See, this could be a little bit of a range area. You could call that a failed breakout, but it's just too risky. EMA's facing it, it's just hard. It's just, might pull back in, it's just hard to say. See if I remove that. It's just hard to say, isn't it, really? Let's get rid of that. Excuse me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. What's happening now? I'd say there's a good chance we may continue down some more. So, I'll see what happens here. So we have sort of let's just sort of in a fashion this, okay. We've had something like that, haven't we? Yeah. Okay, so we've had a break and a new high. I know it's supposed to start from the bottom, but it just doesn't work that way, does it? So at least that sort of fits, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we've had this break and a new high. Whether it's anything or not, I don't know. I'm just putting it there and just seeing what happens. So. See what happens here. It's hard to judge at the moment. See, what I'm looking at as well, incidentally, is this sort of that bigger overall. So that is a possibility. It is a possibility, but I tend to have another chart and just to check I'm not missing anything. Got a nice 2-point long, yeah. So you've had this trend push up with a break new high. I am sort of still thinking short at the moment, but it's just hard to say at the moment, and it is a sodding big bar that to go short, even if you call that a lower high. Yeah, it's a big bar, isn't it, that? Just risky, I think. I think it's possibly likely we're going to come down, but I don't know, it's a little bit choppy, a little bit sideways, 2 big bars back to back. I don't know, I think it's possible it's coming down, but I just... yeah, not something I want to get out of. I think if we are going higher, you could say possible second entry long, but if that long finishes up here, it's going to be even more sideways. So it's just sitting and waiting at the moment. I'm trying to get back to sort of waiting for those obvious ones that jump out and wave in front of you. Let's see if we maybe get a failure down here to push lower. It's hard to say. That's possible. It's hard to say. See if we can get a possible failure. I'm just going to get one ready just in case. Yeah, just way too choppy at the moment. Way too choppy. Some big ass bars popping up as well, aren't there? Perfect bullish signal bar just above the EMA, so it worked. But overall bias is still down. Yeah, I'm thinking overall bias is down. See what happens here. And then that's going to close bearish at all. I would like to think that we are going to have a... Let's have a quick zoom out a minute. Let's get rid of him a minute. Because on the overalls, if I look at the daily, the overall daily, it is showing this sort of bearish overall. So whether we have anything like that, something like that, possibly, it's hard to say at the moment. I've seen that bar as well. I was thinking about taking that second entry long. It is so choppy though, isn't it? It's just hard to say at the moment. It's just, I mean, we could be moving up, we could be moving back up into the range. Excuse me a second. Wife with a cup of tea. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else going on here. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I'm just going to get rid of that for a minute, make it a bit clearer. Okay. I don't know. I'm not so sure. Let's put that back where it is just for now. Okay. Yeah, not something I want to get into just at the moment. Yeah, it's just not really clear, is it, at the moment? I mean, okay, so we seem to start in this bit of a range, bit of sideways. We've had a couple of pushes out, push back in. Are we going to come up here and then I mean, we could sort of come back in, and I mean, this is all hypothetical. We could end up coming. I mean, look at that. Look at the way that fits there. Could end up coming something like that. I mean, that would be quite nice actually if it did. But it's just so hard to say. I kind of like that, but let's get rid of it for now. It's just hard to say. We might push up and bounce off this. We may come down, tuck a bit lower, and then push back into the range. It's just not clear at the moment for me. So I just got to stay out at the moment. This sort of larger range I drew, we've sort of had a break out of it, and we've made a new low. So it's just hard to say at the moment. Glad to be here and have other opinions of my own. Yeah, it's always nice to see how other people see it. Sometimes you miss things. Yeah, it's two heads are better than one, or in this case, 106. I think for me, part of this as well is just chatting with other traders, just getting ideas. Someone said something to me once, surround yourself with people you want to be like. He was an experienced 30-year trader veteran. So you spend time with people, talking to people, talking about trading, talking about this, that and the other. And the theory is, you end up being like him. I don't know. Does that make any sense? I think I'm just waffling on a bit now. I'll shut up and drink my tea. And for you Americans out there, it's Yorkshire tea, not Yorkshire tea. And it's Worcester sauce or Worcestershire sauce, not Worcestershire sauce. Just thought I'd clear that up. I tried using another. Excuse me a second. I did change my chart once. I think it was in the last 6 months. I don't know, it was somewhere around part of lockdown or something. And I can't remember what the market was doing, but it was all over the place. And I think Max said that it may be worth adjusting your chart. Now, I can't remember whether I took it down to 2,000 tick or what. I can't remember now, but tea with milk, absolutely. 2 milk, 2 sugars. But I know some of you American guys struggle to say some of the things we hold dear, like Worcestershire sauce and Yorkshire tea. It's pronounced trunk, not boot. It's always amazed me why you call them eyeglasses. We just call them glasses. You know. Mind you, I suppose you could say that's something you drink out of, couldn't you? Okay, let's see if we can make this a bit bigger. Yeah, we say bumper, you say fender. Does that even look right? Sounds like Indian chai. can't get far on RT. You a Yorkshire tea guy as well, are you, Sam? Also sitting with, you really like 2 sugars. My wife's just come with it. Cures all ills, a nice cup of tea. I do like my coffee, but you can't beat a nice cup of tea. I don't know whether that's right. I've just stuck it there. It's hard to say, isn't it? Windscreen. That's it. Windscreen, correct. See, Kurt, you're Canadian, aren't you? So I don't know how different some of your pronunciations are with the Americans. Get pissed. That's it. That's one of our biggest one. That is. Yeah, we don't go out for a night's drinking session. We go out and get pissed. That's it. Station Wagon Saloon. That's another, isn't it? Well, it is a bit doing nothing, really, isn't it? You say car hood, yeah, we say bonnet. Yeah, bonnet. I think a bonnet to you is a fancy hat, isn't it? Bollocks. Yeah, we say it with an O. Bollocks. I'm assuming most of the institutional guys should be back working, shouldn't they, today? You would think so. I wonder if we will have anything like this. Kind of fits all right, doesn't it? Had a Brit arse secretary for a rubber once. Yep, fish and chips, part of our staple diet, that is. Well, I don't know about fish and chips anymore. It's more Chinese food and Indian food, I think. Fish and chips has gone out the window a bit. I'm a big fan of my Chinese food. In the Ozarks, cheap means have you eaten recently? The Ozarks. There's you see that series set in the Ozarks? Isn't it called Ozark? I think, isn't it? With Jason Bateman. I'm sure that was Ozarks. I think it was called Ozark or Ozarks. I think that's the trouble with a lot of TV. You watch TV over here, and you tend to think in America everyone's out shooting each other all day. I asked my daughter if she wanted to go to Disneyland one day when she was young, and she went, yeah, but where are we going to get shot? I think true. Thought curry would be your number 2. Curry, I do like my curries. Trouble is, sometimes I know they make them. See, I was a chef for about 12 years. That's what I did when I first left school, went to college and became a chef. And I did that for 12 years, worked in various hotels and restaurants and that. So I do enjoy my food, and I recently got into making curries, the nice curries that they make in the takeaways. But the trouble is, they tend to repeat on you a lot because they use ghee, which is sort of just clarified butter with a skim, but it's very rich and it can repeat on you, so I just tend to make it with oil, a little bit of cooking oil, and it makes a hell of a difference. Guns and more guns, yeah. G Money, how do you enable order entry exit lines direct on the chart? That would be there, the ATM strategy. You set that, set your stop, set your contract quantity and your profit. You can obviously adjust these, and then you just that's how you do it. Then you right click it and open up what you want to open up. Two legs up and now reversal, you think? Maybe. You just don't know, do you? It's hard to say at the moment. It could come crashing down. Could be in a bit of a bigger range. Just hard to say. Evoke failed second entry long below the EMA. Failed second entry long. Yeah, it's just hard to say at the moment, isn't it? This... Newton Ninja Trader, coming from Trade-Evate. Real Trader. Trade-Evate. I did try a couple of other platforms, things like Think or Swim. You can't get it in the UK for some reason. I don't know why. But I used MetaTrader for about 6 months. And that's the downside of Ninja Trader. MetaTrader, I'm not sure about Trade-Evate, but I know MetaTrader is free to use. So if you're trading currency, there's no paying for anything like that. Obviously, with Ninja Trader, if you want to have the ATM strategy as part of it, it's $1,000, so it's quite pricey. And sometimes that can price a lot of people out of giving it a go. Because I know Mac teaches... part of his teachings are using the ATM strategy, but you don't get it as part of the free version, which is unfortunate. Yeah. So yeah, it's just your ATM strategy. So if you go into there and you can order quantity, you can add more. So you can set things like trailing stops and all that sort of stuff. So just have a play around there. There is quite a lot of videos online that show you how to do all that. There's plenty out there actually. Got a fill on my income trade. ATM works fine with a free version of Maybe. You do, but I believe you only get it for 2 weeks. I'm not 100% sure of that. It's been a year and a half since I purchased mine, but I believe you only get it free for 2 weeks, although I may be wrong. So let's just for now. Just put that there. Took the failure for 2.5 points. Yeah, there's no failure on mine. Just a first entry. It's certainly looking bearish at the moment, isn't it? Let's see if we break these lows. And then that might end up being a larger overall trend. Kind of looks okay, doesn't it? I have got this drawn on my chart above, but for now I'll get rid of it just to make it a little bit clearer. But I can glance above and I use your code for the Apex discount. Thanks. No, thank you, G Money. Thanks very much. I think I get about 15%. I think so. It all helps. I appreciate it. The only reason I put it on there is because it doesn't cost you guys anything extra. Okay, so you're over from today is my first day ever trading for Apex with Ninja Trader. Okay, so you've obviously traded before, haven't you? So that's okay. So you're on a demo then, I take it now, are you? Probably the best way to learn Ninja Trader. But there are loads, and I spent a lot of time on this. There are loads of videos out there which show you how to set it up. I know what's it do one. What's his name? Remind me of his name. Who's the two guys? What's their names? Michael Chin. Yeah, Mike. If you search up Michael Chin, I I found his videos quite helpful, actually, when I was learning about this. If you search up Michael Chin, he's got a video on how to set it all up. But there's loads of information on setting all the ATM strategy and that. Just, get on a demo and just keep play. But I got to say, unlike any other trading I've done before, I do like this. One chart, one time frame, nice and straightforward. Blaze and Riley Coleman as well. Those are the two guys that really got me into this, because I spent such a lot of time browsing through. I wonder if this could turn into another push down at some point. Pull back a little bit here or something. I'm always browsing just to see what people are doing, and I just kind of like this. Michael Chin, trader, we'll dive into after. He's okay, actually. He's all right. But he got me sort of more passionate about this. And I watched him for, I don't know, probably a couple of months, I think, before I decided to take the plunge. But I do like coming from currency trading where you've got multiple screens and multiple currency pairs, multiple time frames. This was quite refreshing just to come to one chart and one time frame. It's a lot straightforward. Nice push down, that is. I'm guessing we're going to have some sort of a pullback maybe, and then maybe a bigger trend down there. Let's have a look. You sold Tesla last night. What is Tesla? It was $1,300 at one point, wasn't it? Last year sometime. Does Mac have litigation against Chin? I believe he did. I've not heard anything about it. I tend to let him get on with it, but I believe he did, because I was about to join Michael Chin's course, which I think it was about $350. And whenever I tend to spend money, I always do a little bit of research, and I found out that it was basically they learnt it from Mac. So then when I looked at Mac and I realised it was $120, it was win-win for me. So I signed up to Mac, and I never regretted it. I've got to say, Mac could charge a lot more money for that. But he doesn't. He keeps it cheap, so I think that's brilliant. You'd struggle to find a trading course for $120. I think what the guy's done for trading and traders, I think, is really good. He puts a video out 4 days a week, and he's done that, I think, for the last about 12 years. So he's put a lot into to helping traders, I think, and I think he does it because he enjoys doing it. So I'll always be grateful to him getting me into this and giving me an opportunity to try and make my life a bit better. But if you're new to it and you're new to price action, I would definitely say take his course. It's peanuts. It's so cheap. Okay, let's see if maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. We'll see. Overshoot on the ES. You're about there, are you? I mean, that may be, it may not be. I'll just put it there, just at least I can see we're coming down. We've had a push up. It's only hit it twice, so probably isn't, but curious how that would work in court. Yeah, I mean, he's paid, I don't know, there's probably terms and conditions when you sign up, but the thing is, if you think about it, Thomas Wade's done it. I believe he's learnt it from Mac, and now he's teaching it himself. I don't know, there's probably others, isn't there, that actually, charge to teach it. I know, doesn't the Penguin guy, I think the Penguin guy learns it from him, and he's charging to do it. I don't know where the legalities are around that. But no, that said, you two got interested. Yeah, I think they were quite interesting to watch. It was quite quick, and I kind of like the speed of the movement. It's more my personality, I think. I'm not sort of a slow, quiet, methodical thinker that can sit there for hours on end and plan. And I kind of like the movement of this. It tends to suit me a little bit more, I think. Two legs up and a new low. Exactly. Matt learned from Al Brooks as well. So it's like anything, isn't it? When you learn something, you always learn it from someone, and they've learned it from someone else, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I believe Al Brooks is the granddaddy, I think, isn't he? Let's see what happens here. I think Al Brooks is the granddaddy. I need to get the low, but I'm going to have to sit and wait. Brooks is the king. Yeah, I think he is, isn't he? I have watched bits of his, but I think some of his, I think he tends to swing trade a bit more, but it differs a little bit now from Mac. So I tend to want to try and not intertangle the two, because I know the Panda guy tends to do a bit of Mac and a bit of Al Brooks, and I don't know whether that goes against you or something. It's hard to say, really, but I class myself as intermediate. I've sort of just broken through the first level where I can get some success, but obviously the learning continues, doesn't it? But I tend to want to try and master this one sort of just stick to what I've learned from Mac as much as I can. I suppose it's only natural. You naturally develop yourself, because as markets change, things change, you notice patterns. Things are always changing and moving on. And I suppose you just you go with them, don't you? You just do what feels natural. Only Penguin Thomas are legit traders, yeah. Yeah, see, teaching, well, I mean, even in a few years, I mean, I'm only really just past the surface, but the trouble is, once you start teaching, you're committed to a certain degree. I like the fact that I've got the freedom to do this, and if I've had enough and I decide I want a week off, I can just go take a holiday. But once you start, charging people and teaching people, you're committed. You have to sort of follow it through. And that's kind of where I think I draw the line. So it never interests me. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I know I do this streaming, but the streaming is purely and simply to help me. And just to have a chat with other like-minded people with the same interest and hobby as me. But no, making money out of trading apart from trading doesn't really interest me. I do like the Penguins guy, actually. I wish Thomas Wade would trade a bit more live, because he did start to do some live stuff, or he's shown some of his live trades, didn't he? And then he sort of stopped. So I wish people would trade more live, but I don't believe anybody does. I don't believe Thomas. I don't think he does. I'm not sure about the Penguins guy, because I know he has. I believe he has a. I believe he's involved in his Discord or something. I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. So whether he does any type of live trading there, I don't know. Excuse me just a minute. Be back. Wilson is a big time pattern chaser. To be honest with you, he's a nice bloke, Wilson is. He's helped me out a couple of times. I did ask, I asked Sam about getting a about getting a disclaimer just to sort of cover myself, and he sent me one, and I think I accidentally deleted the email, and I felt a bit cheeky asking for him again. So I just happened to comment on Wilson's channel about his. Did he get it from anywhere specific? And he just said, just copy mine and redo it. So I did. So it was decent of him. He also gave me a copy of his profit and loss spreadsheet. That was probably 4 or 5 months ago. So he's a nice guy, actually. He's a nice guy. I comment now and again, and you always get a nice return. He always asks you how you've done. So he's a nice chap. I think he's doing okay at the moment. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we all sort of change slightly different. We all trade slightly different, don't we? We've all sort of got our own way of doing it. But at the end of the day, if he's making money, okay, I'm gonna get a trade ready. Come on, open up. If we get a trade, what was I saying? If we get a, I don't know. I'm rabbiting on a bit now. Call it. Just give me a second. If he's making money, then he's doing okay. Okay, let's have a wee looky. What's going on here? So we've had this quite sharp down. We've had a couple of pushes out of it. Let's see what happens here. I don't like that, that's for certain. Just have a quick zoom out of it. Okay, so we've... Okay. Just going to have to keep an eye on this, see what happens. I don't like it when they back up like that. Clearly sort of had a couple of pushes up. Trouble is, some of these signal bars are getting bigger, aren't they? Okay, I think until I can get in short here, I'm going to have to wait for a lower high, I think. Yeah, I don't like that. Is it coming down? Possibly. Quite a strong push down. A couple of legs up to the EMA. Close below it. I just don't like it when they sit close like that. Back to back. Looking for a lower high. Whether it'll give us one or not, whether it'll just keep pulling down, it's hard to say. Yeah, it wasn't a perfect one on mine. I don't like the way it doesn't tick at least at the same height. Yeah, it's a third entry on mine as well. I just can't get into it at the moment. Unless we get a little bit of a pull above this bar here and show me a bearish one. I think it's likely we're going to get a... yeah, it's not brilliant, that, is it? It's tempting as it is to jump in, and I've done it before so many times, and then it'll shoot up and take you out of it, but you've just got to follow it, haven't you? I've just learnt the hard way. If if you try and cheat the market and try and cut corners, it just comes back and bites you on the ass. I haven't got a micro double bottom on mine, have I? Is that what you mean? That's on that, that's on that. So let's see if we can get a push above here now. We've had a little push down. If we can get a little pull back, then I think we may get and break these lows then, but I am looking on an overall bigger chart in front of me as well. It's just too far away for me, especially with not much space to the bottoms. Although I think we're coming down, it's just, I think it's a bit risky personally. Trying to think, is there anywhere where anybody would have gone along here? Yeah, it's just 21 ticks in it. It's just massive, that is. It's just too far away from the EMA. They make me uncomfortable, them, especially with such a big signal bar. You know, I could have tried to take it on a limit order, but we've already hit the bottoms already, so it's just too risky. Yeah, Jack, I agree with you. I think we're going lower. If I look at, just quickly drag in my chart, I've got a bigger chart over there, which you might say that's right, you might say it's long, but we clearly got a downward bias, that's for certain. So just wondering whether there'll be any longs in here. Second entry long. Certainly nothing I'd get involved in, but they've got a scalp or two out of that anyway. I thought if it pushed above here, and it's a little bit sideways, isn't it? I don't like the way it's all cluttered on the bottom. As tempting as it is to go short there, you could call that a failure, but it's just risky in my opinion. There's probably going to be some longs trapped there. Let me just see what that. So then I got about 0.75 out of that. See if it does come down any further. Bars are getting a bit large now. I wouldn't be shocked if that tick below went up, stopped them out, and ended up coming down anyway. May push a bit lower if it breaks below here, but it's just a bit too. I don't like it. It's not close enough for me. Another vote for going lower here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going lower, but see if you took that second entry long, you may be trapped in there now, see? So if it does push lower than that, then that may be the catalyst, but I don't like the way it's holding along the bottom there. Let's have a look. Yeah, if you'd have took that failure, your arse would be twitching like a good one now. Although I think it's probably going to come down. It did something similar earlier, didn't it? We pushed a little bit of sideways, a little bit of sideways. That's probably before that actually, but yeah, that would come down. Yeah, I thought when it goes below there, it may have a little bit of a stint, but there's just nothing really carefree about taking a short there. I just don't like the way it's just touched it. It might trigger below like it did. It may tick above it there, and then tank, but it's just too risky for me. So let's sort of open that up a little bit. See if that. Let's just remove that a minute. Okay. It's just getting a bit busy now, isn't it? Let's remove this. Okay. Let's make this a bit of a different colour. Okay, that's a little bit better. Get rid of that before I forget. In fact, I'm going to get rid of this overall trend channel because I've got it above me and it's just confusing me a little bit. That's a bit better. That's better. That's much better. Wondering whether we end up having a... It was a shame to have such a nice big move and then not to... Maybe we'll have something like that. It's hard to tell. There's a new low. Let's see what happens here. Tempting. It's just something I don't like about it. Yeah, I just don't like the way it's had a bit of sideways and a little bit of drop out, so it could be. No, something I'm not comfortable with that. It's not really a setup anyway. It's not a failure because that's the first pull, but that's a new high anyway, so tell it is. There's your new high. Try to go once, try to go twice, failed. I don't know, I just don't like it. It's just too choppy and sideways for me. Yeah, I did look at that as that being a possible range and pushing back in, but as I was more concentrating on the tops pushing down, so I took away my... Let's see if we get a second entry short there. I don't know, it's just not something I can get in at the moment. If we are something like that. Break out of it, pull back in, but the EMA is still pointing down. It is still giving us that impression we're coming down. I think we possibly will have a bearish day today. If we can get a bit of a break out of here and fitty and nice, then I may be interested in going short. Does give us that impression it's going down, doesn't it? When you pass the EOL, then you get the P.A. Is that a question, Albert? Yes, you do, mate. Yes, you do, buddy. Okay. Possible second entry short. I still don't like it. It's still a bit choppy and sideways for me. I think it's likely we are coming down, but it's just not doing it with the ease that I'd like. I don't know whether that's a range that possibly could push down a little bit of sideways and then same again, but you just can't get into it unless you get a decent setup. Bigger picture, penguin style, break, 2 attempts. We have a break, 2 attempts up and a new low. Well, if you look at that, see, that's a break. Yeah. There's a new low, isn't it? I am aware of that. I've just drawn that just for the hell of it, just to see where it... But, I mean, you can have a trend down there, break, 2 pushes up, try to go once, try to go twice, new low, and then it could come back up here and you could get another sec. If you've got a bearish day and it's likely to come down, it could just because we've had the new low doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come up again. And based on what I can see now, I think it's more likely it's going to come down. But it's just too choppy at the minute. Going for another short setup, in my opinion. If I can get a setup, then yeah. It's just a little bit congested here, and I think that's probably because people don't think we're going up, we're going down. Because it is quite choppy here, which just adds to the risk. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it does push above here. So, and if it does, I think it might go with a little bit of vigour because there's probably going to be a few shorts in there. The trap, so you may get 2 pushes up and then it'll come down anyway. We'll see how this finishes. Incidentally, G-Money, you mentioned that £85 per month. You can have a one-off payment now. I think it's $140 and that's it. You don't pay again. Yeah, if it breaks above this one, I think it may have a little bit of a... I'd say there's probably maybe some short stuck in that. So if it does push against it, it might not. See, after the stress, Albert, after the stress and worry about that, I don't think I'll have the nerve to do 20 accounts, I've got to say. I think I'm going to build up slowly. 1 a year, I think. So there is a second entry short there which is triggered, but I just think that's risky. That is in there like that. It's all bouncy. And I'll tell you something as well. If it breaks above there, I think we'll have quite a spike because I'm guessing there's going to be some shorts trapped there and there'll be some shorts trapped there because that's the second entry short. You could call that's a failure. So I think if we can break above here, we're going to have a quick spike. I dare say some stop hunters may be interested in an order above that. I used to have an order with just 1 point, 1 contract or 2 contracts at 1 point and put it above things like this, and if it triggers you tend to get that quick spurt, which you may see in a minute, and that just gets you a point quickly. But yeah, I'd say if it does break above these two here, we're going to get a quick point, maybe a couple of points. Might not yet, it might just come down. Depends how strong that downward pressure is. Excuse me just for a minute. That's not what I expected. I'd say there's a good chance we're coming down. In fact, there may have been some. That's the low of the day there, so there may even be some longs there. It's hard to say at the moment. I think if there's any shorts there or there, they may have maybe out of there. Got yourself a 1.5, did you, Kirk? Good on you, mate. Take you went from there, did you? That one. I wonder if we will get another measured move. This one. It's going to have to come to careering down, isn't it? I mean, if we do, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, it's about 35 possible points there. Let's have a look. No, let's leave it there for now. Okay. Down 750. That's peanuts to you, mate. That's pocket change, isn't it? I bet you keep that much in your front pocket. Six trades. Yeah, take it easy, Keithy. Take it easy, bud. Sam around as we used to like walking the dog. My stop is $2,000. Yeah. Let's get in the green before the day's over. I admire people who can quite happily walk away in the red. It tends to dig at me a little bit, I've got to say. I think that's just something those last 2 days are the first sort of days I've had red. I've had quite a good run of green. But I suppose it was another milestone. Is that the word? No, it was another sort of stepping stone I had to get over. Losing trades are one thing. Coming out the day down takes a little bit more. Takes a little bit more out of you, I think. That may call that a spiking channel. Possibly. Hard to say. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. No, look at that. Look at that. God, Bennett, I can see us having the same thing down there. Christ, that's frustrating when you can't get in on that, isn't it? Look at that. Now you're thinking, if it comes down as far as that, let's just jump in, but it just doesn't work that way, does it? Yeah. Oh, there he is. He managed a couple of good trades. I'll put a video up later. Yeah, excellent. You should get back to streaming, mate. It does. It does. It helps me. Mind you, that's probably because I get to sit here and just yabber all day long. I've got to say, sometimes though, I'm more of a outspoken thinker rather than, sort of tuck it away in the back of my head. I kind of like to talk to myself. I tend to, I don't know, I think I hear it a bit clearer. Yeah, I'm expecting a possible other leg down there if we can get a decent entry, but I don't think we're going to. That puts the pressure on me then, doesn't it? You're a natural. I'm probably a natural at chatting. I don't know about trading. I don't know, I think if I talk about some things, what I'll do sometimes if I'm stressed out or something, I'll just talk to myself. It just helps me sort of hear it a bit clearer. I don't know how many times I've been walking down the street sometimes and talking to myself and someone jogs past me and I'm thinking they must think I am crackers. Okay, so we've had this sort of... See what happens here. Can't even describe that. It's like a sort of a leg down, isn't it? Broken into three, if you like. A bit of sideways. I did wonder actually when I started trading, because I used to watch some of Panda, and sometimes you just get some real idiots on his you just get some real negative stuff. But touch wood, fingers crossed, or whatever else you can say, is I've not had anything as yet, but I dare say it'll happen at some point, but it don't bother me. People can say whatever they like. I don't mind too much. I'm a bit old in the tooth to let it bother me. I've got to say, I tend to feel safer trading when people are watching me than I do stuck in a room by myself, I think. I don't know if I trust myself. I'm just going to quickly pull in my chart above. This is my chart I have above. We've sort of had this push down, haven't we? Pull back. Whether this is valid or not, I don't know. I've just stuck it there just for a reference. But I'm just wondering whether we are going to get... We've had another leg down here. So if we can get down another 10, 20, best part of 30 points, it'd be nice to try and grab some of it. But obviously we've got to try and wait for a setup. So don't pay too much attention to this. Could be anything at the moment, really. I'll leave it there just for fact. I'm just wondering whether it's more of a spiking channel there. Let's have a look. Possibly. Es possible. Maybe. It's hard to say. Probably a little bit more relevant than the one before, so we'll leave it there. But I am expecting some continuation down. Slow staircase down, not found that action. Yeah. Sometimes you take some in here and you can get stop. Yeah, I can't. I tend to prefer it when it goes down quick. I think everybody does. It's just more of a continuation of pain, isn't it, when it goes down slowly? Be more pain. patient, don't chicken out, consistent. Yeah, sometimes I look back at a lot of my trades, and this one, I thought the trade was okay. Now, sometimes they'll go a little bit sideways, but it's part of it. But if you look, it still never came back up, and then it carried on. So if I'd have had the balls to sort of wait to here, and then I may have been able to try and take a bit more, but it's all about learning, isn't it? I suppose as your account grows, it's probably a little bit less worrisome, isn't it? Okay, I am expecting it to continue down, so let's get an order ready and see if we can get a setup. There's a new high. So guys, we push down, 2 legs up, although that's a little bit lower. I've seen Mac overlook things like that. Sometimes he'll count that as 2 legs up, even though that one ticked lower. So, see if we can get a good setup. Excuse me. No good. Actually, as that's a new low, I'm hoping it ticks below, pushes above here, and gives us a bearish bar. Whether it will or not, it remains to be seen. Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? I've heard Max say that many times. That's where the real skill comes in, having the patience to sit there and wait for those trades. That's where you sort of separate the men from the boys. Okay, so there's our first entry. So I'm hoping maybe the next bar might push a little bit higher and give us a good setup, but that to me is just a risky setup on its own. Mind you, I do quite like where it actually. No, I like that. I like where it's finished, but it is a big bar, isn't it? Oh, that's a massive bar, that is. No, I don't like that. That's something about it that's making me a bit nervous. It is a big old bar. It hasn't finished on its lows. Let's see what happens. I think it's likely it's going to come down. Every time it comes back up the EMA, it drops, doesn't it? But what I might do is see if it triggers below, and I may drop a limit order. Let's see what happens. It has triggered, isn't it? There's not a lot of room, and it is a little bit. I don't like it. There's something about it I don't like. I like where it's finished, but I just don't like the fact that it's quite flat here, which could mean it might be a bit. I think if it breaks below, it'll probably there's probably a lot of. Well, I was going to say there's probably some longs in there, but the way that's ticked below, it hasn't. But yeah, I just think it's a bit risky, that. I like to take those trades that just sort of jump at me, that I sort of, you can see them and you just know, you get excited and you just know. I think it's likely it's going to come down some more now. I'm expecting this, but whether it does it now or whether it sideways is up a little bit. I just don't know why it's going a bit flat along here. Okay, this was Friday's low, so whether that will play a part, it's hard to say. Yes, it's holding, isn't it, here? That's a nice morbid thought there, cheap money. Hopefully the odds of me taking a winning trade and dying are completely different, hopefully. Yeah, if I'd have taken a shot there, my arse would be twitching. It's quite a big bar, wasn't it? 5, 4 1/4. So tick above, tick below. I'd have put mine above there. It's about 5 bar risk. Too rich for my blood. Okay, so we've had this new high. We're trying to push high once again, see what happens. Let's see it spike down from 3860. About here, aren't you? Is that where I've got it, is it? From here. I've got that drawn on my chart above here. So just in case you think I'm missing something, I do that as well, just to give me a bit of an overall picture. So you might think I've missed something. And sometimes as well, if you do these from the bottoms, you get a better picture. Yeah, it could be there, couldn't it? It's hard to say, really, isn't it? It's just hard to say. I think we've had a good strong push down, then some sideways, another quick push down, some sideways. I'm still expecting another push down. I mean, every sort of new high, it's getting lower and lower, so it's hard to say at the moment, but it's certainly too choppy to trade. Such frustrating. Yeah, that's the part. That's where the skill in the trading comes in, isn't it? That's where the patience kicks in. I'm going to say patience is easy when you've got other people to chat to, put it that way, rather than sitting here by yourself. Mind, I don't mind sometimes, I don't. I usually have some bit of music playing or watching something on another screen or something lightly. Same on NAS, is it, Jay? Any other guys on PAs at the moment? Which of you guys are on PAs at the moment? See what happens here. Interesting to see whether it does. See that? There's a new high. That one finishes it lower. That one's finished lower. Whether it'll move down or not yet, I don't know. But you could call that a failure. And to be honest with you, I kind of like it. It's a failure for sure. I love where it's finished. I'll have to just see what happens. Got 6 evals of you. See what this happens. PAs and evals, yeah. 20 card pit, yeah. There's a few of us on PAs then. I like the way that finishes, although the EMA has gone a bit flat. It is a possible failure. I have to see where it ends. Each high is finished lower. I don't think it's going to finish bearish, is it? I don't know. No, too risky. Get rid of it. Excuse me, 2 minutes. Okay. Oh, you're on a 50 as well, are you, Sam? Good on you, mate. It's exciting, but also a little bit scary, isn't it? Just a little bit. Fortunately, I've built myself a little bit of a buffer now, so I've just got to make sure I protect that. So we've had this new high, lower high, lower high. It is slowly working down. I am expecting it to go down. I am expecting another leg. It did very similar before, didn't it? So it might fanny around a little bit sideways before it eventually goes. And usually when you get a really beautiful bar, that's usually when it does go. So we've had a new low here, so let's see what happens here. The EMA's gone a bit flat, but it is starting to dip, so but all this stuff is choppy as shit, isn't it? But have you noticed when it eventually comes back tight to the EMA, relatively tight, and to the top of here, it started to move down. You are at 55. Trading draw. Yeah. If you draw 2,000, will you get a new account? Well, no, I'm on about, I think I'm on about $5,500. It don't pay it till the 15th. So, well, if it came out now, my buffer would be about $3,500. So, but what day is it? It doesn't. Is it the 3rd? When did I put the order in yesterday? Yeah, I don't suppose it'll get cleared till probably next week or the week after. So, okay. Part of me sort of likes that. Let's see what happens. That's usually where they do go. Oh, I made a mistake there. Oh, you idiot. Oh, I made a mistake there. That was a bad mistake. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to drop it. Oh, you idiot. Oh, I could have fucking screwed me. Oh, excuse my language. I could have screwed myself there. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. The thing is still doing the same, isn't it? Look, it's still showing double. Oh, man, I'm screwed. Oh, dear. It's picking out everything you're doing in your mouth. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, no, that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. I can't believe I did that. I meant to drop it in just at the bottom, and no, I didn't even mean to drop it in, I don't think. What an idiot. What an idiot. I'm screwed now. I'm just going to put it at that 2 ticks up above this swing high. That's the best I can do, I think, and hope it just doesn't. I think it's going to stop everything out, I think. Oh, you idiot. Oh, I can't believe I did that. What a idiot. Oh, my good God. That was silly. Very silly. Oh, dear. I don't know what's going on with those either. It's just, I don't know what's going on with those. Oh, dear me. Now I'm in a world of hurt. Okay, alright. I don't know why they're still doing that. I've set it up twice now. I've checked and double checked, and it's just... frustrating. Okay. Yeah, don't worry, Jacko. It happens. Let's not try and do anything too stupid. That was a stupid mistake on my behalf, that was. Yeah, I know it happens, doesn't it? We've had a break out of this, haven't we? Hold on. Okay. Second entry short. We've had a break out of this, so let's see if we can get some of it back. Oh no. Oh no. It's kicked out my evaluations. I don't know what's gone on there. It's kicked out my evaluations. I'm gonna have to talk to I'm gonna have to talk to I'm gonna have to talk to Apex about that. That's frustrating. Damn it. That's both of them out, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just going to put one tick above that. I do believe we're coming down, but hopefully. Sometimes they're pretty good, actually, Apex. I've had an issue before with them. I took a screenshot of it. There wasn't a second one up there, so I don't know why it's... is it... Yeah, I think it's kicked them both out, isn't it? I don't know. Or has it? Maybe it hasn't. I don't know. I think it cancels some trades, isn't it? So they're still showing there, so I don't quite know what's going on at the moment. Okay, I'm expecting down. We've had a breakout of this possible channel. We've had a breakout of this range. Big bearish bar. I'm still expecting it to come down. I don't know what's going on there. I really don't. 6 is the quietest I think you've heard me. That mistake there really unsettled me. See if I can get out of this. Okay, not a good start, not a good start. Oh dear me, I don't know what's gone on with them, I really don't. I'm regretting buying them. I can't understand what's gone on there. I'm going to have a word with, what's it, where are we now, 4.6. So that's not good, that's not good at all, down $800. Oh dear. Okay, let's try and get my head around this. Just trying to work out what the hell's gone on with them. Yeah, I'm expecting it to come down. Second entry short. That's a second entry short. Break out the top of here. Okay. I've got a larger channel drawn up here, which we're coming up to now. Well, if that's what it is, but I'm just all right. I'm frustrated about that, but I'm more frustrated about these. I was hoping the trade would carry on. Sometimes it'll come up to near close and then it'll come down, but I'm gonna have to sort of figure out what the hell's gone on with these. I can't see. I've got an exact quantity. So why is it doubling up? I haven't got any more than one open. I'm going to have to talk to him about that. Oh, that's not good, is it? Okay, it is what it is. I've got a bigger trend drawn on my thingy, so let's have a look. Let's draw on this one. Part of me thinks I just should have stuck with a one account. Okay, see if this produces anything. I have two open, I don't see where. That's the only one I've got open. There. This is the normal chart, isn't it? That's that one. Nothing there. No, I haven't. I've just got the one open. Yeah. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. I can't see one. That's there. I can only see one there. You look across the bottom. Oh, I see with that one. Let's have a look. Is there anyone I can see? Hold on a minute, I have got two. But they're both on exact quantity, so I don't quite know how the hell did I get two. Ratio, that's at 0 anyway, even if it was. Exact quantity. This one, ratio, that's at 0 anyway. So if I just shut one down, is that going to work? Is it close? That's what I did before, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I might have to have a chat with Daryl about that. Let's have a look now. Okay, it just says 1 on there now. But it still says exact quantity. I don't get it. Try doing a limit. That's on the others, isn't it? Oh no, okay. Alright, I'm buggered here, aren't I? Let me have a look what's going on here. I'm going to have to shut those down for a minute, aren't I? Okay, so if I get rid of them for now, shut it down. Okay. Okay. I'm going to have to talk to Daryl about that, see if he can shed any light on that. Okay. Okay, so 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, and let's see if this produces anything. You had to copy window open with the exact quantity. That's why it triggered twice. You had 2 copier window opens. Oh. But why didn't it actually trigger the PA twice, or doesn't it? Okay, so am I right in saying now there's only the one, that there's none open now? I've shut them down, haven't I? Yeah. Okay, so okay, let's have a look. You had to copy them with the exact quantity. That's why it triggered twice. Go to rhythmic dashboard and check to see the account under the. How do I do this? No, I don't know what I'm looking at here in a minute. I'm just going to have to leave that for a minute and have a look in a bit. I have cancelled it now anyway. Let's see. Okay, there's a lower high here. Okay. Okay, on the bigger chart, that's a lower high. Let's see what happens. So you can get some of this profit back. Stick it there. I'm not going to mess around here. I'm going to make sure I can get as much as I can out of this. If we can break below here, we may get a bit of a push. We'll have to see. I'm just going to take a tick above there. Come on, push. Okay, let's catch as much as I can. Okay, that's lessened the blow. Okay. Now I'm only $132 down. That's lessened the blow. Okay, we had let's have a look. I had this bigger overall chart drawn, and we sort of, I'm expecting another push down. We've come up to it, we've come out lower high, so I think that trade was okay. So let's just see if I can calm my nerves down a minute. Let's have a look. Okay. Thank you, S Trader. Yeah, cheers, guys. I think I need a little bit of a bit of boost then. I'm going to have to talk to Daryl about that and see if he can't give me a little bit of insight on that. Yeah, perhaps I had to. It's not the end of the world. Only $15 a piece. And that's why you go for a larger profit target. Well, the good thing about having a larger profit target, it can cover you. I tend to like to go for 1-to-1, so if you lose one, you win one, you're more or less back to where you were, but so let's have a look. No, let's leave that where it was for now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a word with I don't know how the hell I managed to open two. If I know if you go into new, yeah, it's copied it twice. I suppose I'm lucky in a way that it didn't copy the PA twice, because that could have been flipping disastrous. So let's get back to keeping yourself calm. Okay, you had two copies out in the window. Exactly, that's why it triggered twice. Go to Rhythmic Dashboard and check to see which accounts are under admin. That's the master. The master doesn't trigger twice. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that. Thank you, Sharon. I think I needed a decent trade after that. Let's get back to playing a bit sensible. So that was the trade I took. Yeah, it was quite a bit. See, if I put it one tick extra, didn't I? And it just ticked above that, stopped me out, which is frustrating. But there you go. You've got to put your stop where you've got to put your stop, haven't you? So it is what it is. In Rhythmic, open the Apex Trader dashboard. Okay, I can leave that for now, that's for certain. Okay. Trader dashboard, yeah, okay. Let me just move this over here. Let's make it a bit smaller so you can still see what's going on. Okay. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Wrong one. You said Trader Dashboard. Okay, let's have a look. Trader Dashboard. That's the only one I can see that says Trader Dashboard. Is it? Are you looking at recent orders, is it or not? That any good or not? No, I don't think so either, is it? Rhythmic one, the icon to the left. That one there. Yeah. Oh, got you. Okay. You only open. You only open the trader dashboard. Rhythmic trader dashboard. Okay. So is that what you wanted, was it? Is that what... Apex trader dashboard. That's that, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. That is the dashboard. Is that the one? Yeah. Apex trader dashboard. Yeah. So it's showing the admin. So that's the. I've actually got rid of them. My 71 is admin only. Yeah, that's why it's stopped out, isn't it? So is everything how it should be there? Is that right? P.A. account. So that one is still active, isn't it? It's hardly worth it though, is it? Let's have a look. You only open the trade dashboard. Yeah. Okay. What I think I'll do later is I'll get lost. I think I'll drop 70 is okay, yeah. What I'll do is I'll have the pretty good Apex if I've had any issues before. See, I watched his trading video and there was nothing about having two open or how the hell I had two open. So I'll have a word with them. Sometimes I'll just restart those two. They may do. Okay, 70 is okay, yeah. 70s, I haven't got a 70, have I? Yeah, that one's I can see on here. I know that one's okay. One of them's out of the picture. It's that one, isn't it? Okay. It's the first experience with that, I've got to say, and not the best experience. Scary stuff. I could have blown me What's it account there, see? It's just... I didn't like that. Bad experience, I think. Okay, so 71 stopped out. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look again. So that's the one, Apex Trader Dashboard. So that one that says admin only, that's the blown account. I'm going to have a word with them about those, and my experience is if I've ever had any issues before, they'll restart them, so they may do. And then I'll just have to make sure... in future you're curious as to why you're trading the chop. It's usually slower between... well, I'm just trying to trade where I see a good trade. We've had the sideways stuff here. We've had a second entry short, 2 pushes up. So that's the trade I took. Then obviously I noticed on the bigger chart, on the bigger time, sort of the bigger chart above me, that this now is coming to the top, which is why I took that one. So I took the lower high, 2 legs up. Let's have a look. To be fair, I usually just trade what I see, but it's never sort of, it's never sort of 100%, is it? Possible second entry short. I don't know the way things are at the moment. I'm just going to sit tight a minute, I think. You have 2 contracts on your chart, trader. Here, yeah. That's what I do. Chart trader, yeah. that what you mean? Just quickly, when you say, I'm curious of why you're trading the chop, it's usually between 12, is that 12 and 12:30 or 12 and 3? I'm assuming you're saying 12 and 12:30, aren't you? Which is lunchtime, yeah? Is that what you mean? 12? Is that what you mean, 12 and 12:30? Okay, so if we've had this downtrend, would you say this is a possible breakout? Just the way things are at the moment. I mean, I'm not inclined to get into anything at the moment. Seems to be having a little bit of sideways movement there, haven't we? Broke below it, broke above it. Possible second entry short. Just nervous a bit, I am at taking that. 12. Between 12 and 3? What, 3 hours you mean? Is that what you mean? Three to 4, okay. So that would be between 5 and 6 my chart. Yes, it's 6:30. I got you. I've never really paid much attention to it. I've just traded it as I've seen. But perhaps, perhaps it might be something to consider. I suppose that's when most of them go for their lunch, is it? Is that what you mean? Yeah, from my experience. Okay, yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. Yeah, 3 to 4. 3 to 4. That will be 8 to 9 my time. Doesn't sound right, does it? Yeah. We have one final push down pending. Yeah, I'm still expecting down. If I look at that, yeah, it's hard to say. If I look at that at the moment on my chart above, let me get that right. This sort of had my eye on. It's hard to say. Okay. Okay. See if we can get a lower high back down here. Most actually between 9:30 and 12:30. Yeah, I suppose so. I did used to trade for sort of 2.5 hours, but since I've been doing a stream, I tend to trade for a bit longer. So yeah, perhaps that might be a better option. 2:30 to say 5 my time, 2.5 hours. I know a lot of people do trade those sort of hours, but maybe it's something to look into. Excuse me just for a minute. Okay. So we can get a lower high or something, maybe a failure. I am still expecting down. I don't mind it a little bit slower sometimes. Gives you a little bit more time to think, I suppose. See if we can get something here. So we can get some from the lower high here. Still thinking down. It's not going to get us a setup, I don't think, is it? Straight down. I'm so annoyed about that. I don't know what I did there. I hovered it and I dropped it for some reason. I don't quite know why. Okay, I'm so frustrated. I suppose it's all part and parcel of learning, isn't it? I'm going to slip or make a mistake from time to time. I just got to try and get my head around that. Okay. That's what my target is for today. Just adjusted my overall trend above. There's a spike in channel. So it looks a little bit better. So let's see how we get on there. I'm expecting that second leg down. So we have stopped at the top here, haven't we? So it is a bit ranging. We've had an overshoot there and a break out the top. Wasn't a good signal bar. Second entry short, but obviously if you got in on that, then it came down nice. But it's just I'm just trying to get back to where I was. Fortunately, my mistake hasn't caused me too much harm. But I am bloody frustrated why I did that. That really annoyed me, and I think I jumped in there. It is a second entry short. I am expecting it to come low, but it just needed to go up that little bit higher to the top of the trend channel. So I don't know how. I click new, and I click that, and I click that. That's what I was told to do, and there it is. He told me set that as your main one. Set it to exact quantity if you want the same, or ratio, and that's what I did. And I did it this morning, opened it, click, and that was it. So I don't know why it's done that. Okay, so it's not up now, is it? We can clearly see that. No, it's not up now. So I don't know why it's done that. It's caused a one account to blow out and that. So I don't know how I managed to open two. Use more pay. Yeah, that's part of it, mate, for sure, yeah. I think I had such a good run of it, and then when I had those two losses, it's just rattled me a little bit. Don't use a sim. How do you mean? You mean delete it? Yeah, no, I have two contracts. Paul, that's what I trade. That's what I'm trading, two contracts. That's what I've been trading since day one. But for some reason, assuming it had why there was two open, I don't know. It obviously doubled one and then quadrupled another one, didn't it? For some reason, I don't quite know what happened there. But I'll drop some into Apex, see if they'll do something. They're usually pretty good. Do not use a limit order. Yeah, I watched the video he had, and he mentioned sometimes on a limit order they can do that. I tend to not use limit orders much, to be honest with you. I tend to just sort of I tend to not bother, and I just tend to sort of drop a normal order in. It's rare I use limit orders. Sometimes if I get a big bar and I want to get a little bit further, bit of an entry, but I tend to not do that. No issues. No, I remember watching Daryl last night, and he said sometimes I think he did it on the limit order. And in fact, I think he hit close actually, and it left a few of his up. But I just did what the trouble is. There's no instruction book with Trade Copier, so I just watched his videos, and he just shown click on new Apex Trade Copier, open it up and set it, and that's exactly what I did. So I don't know why that happened. I don't know. I'll drop my message to him. I've even got a screenshot of it. What I did, and usually they'll reset them. I think they're pretty good like that. Lesson learned. In fact, I think this is what I did. I think I did it as a spike and channeling. Something like that. Maybe that's okay. It's hard to say at the moment, really, isn't it? Certainly seems to be, doesn't it? It could be. Well, you've used that for a while then, Jacko. Yeah, it's the first time I've used it. But you would have thought, I don't understand how I opened it. I opened it when I set it earlier, but then I closed Ninja Trader down after I'd sort of done my sort of pre-market sort of, and then opened it up again. But when you shut that down, actually shut Ninja Trader down, you would have it should get rid of it, shouldn't it? Or if I trade save, does it not get rid of it? I'll have to look into that. And that's probably why I opened it again. I don't know. The trouble is, there's no real instruction book. He just gives you a little training video, and I did what he said, and something something didn't work. So I'll have a word. Maybe they'll reset them for free. They've done it once before when I had an issue, so we'll see. Yeah, Tormo, I'll keep that in mind. What I'll do is what I did see is I opened it early before I streamed. I opened Ninja Trader and then I opened Trade Copier. Checked everything with Trade Copier, and then I closed it down, and it asks you if you want to save, because obviously any lines I put in, I saved it. So perhaps it saves that as well. So when it reopens Ninja Trader, it automatically opens it. Well, if that's the case, I didn't realise it, so then I did open another one if that's the case. But there's, as I said, there's no real instruction book with it, is there? You just watch Daryl Martin hit a few buttons and it looks easy. Yeah, Torma, yeah, I think that's what I must have done then. They're pretty good Apex, and they're only $15 a piece at the moment, so I'll have a word with them and then just say, you know, watch Daryl's video and mention anything like that. I thought everybody's doing it right. Usually they're pretty good and they'll just reset them. That's happened over the last sort of year of using them. I've had 2 problems. I had one where everyone had a problem and they just reset everyone, and I had another issue on something and they went, yeah, that's fine, we've just reset it. So they're pretty good like that. Okay. Okay, so this is Friday's lows. Okay, I've had this push down. Possible bit of an overshoot, I don't know, a break anyway. Up, let's see if we can get a lower high below the EMA here. Whether it's going to continue up to here or not, I don't know. I'm guessing it's going to come down. I'm sort of looking at this, but I certainly won't just take a short there. Let's get an order ready. It's not. I've not got it set up at the moment, so it shouldn't be an issue. Well, if it was, it wouldn't let me bring that up, I don't think, will it? RT, yeah, I got you. When you look at eval accounts, you have to test. Yeah, okay. Yeah, RT. I'll contact him later. I think I suppose I could, I've got the fact on my side that you don't really get an instruction book with it. I just watched Daryl on his little video, and it doesn't really, it shows you what to do, which I did, but it doesn't really, say be careful of this or be careful of that. So maybe they're pretty good anyway. They're pretty good. So I'll see what happens, see what they say. Okay, let's see if we can get a nice bearish bar here. We had a break of that channel. We had a couple of pushes up to a new high. See what happens. Okay, I'm actually going to stay out of this anyway because EMA's gone really flat. I'm just a little bit... I think it's probably likely it's going to come down, but I don't know. There's something about it I don't like at the moment. EMA's gone really flat. We've pushed up above Friday's lows and sort of closed above them, so it's just a bit risky at the moment. I've got to try and play cooler and wait for something good. Artie, yeah, I seem to remember that. He did mention that, didn't he? Go into it and clear everything. That's probably why. Trouble is, he didn't explain. It's not explained very well. I mean, if the accounts are blown, the accounts are blown. It's not the end of the world. But my experiences of Apex, they're usually pretty good. So I'll drop them a message later. Open up a ticket, just tell them what happened. I'll just say I did what Daryl Martin said in his the video when I purchased it, and I'll just tell him what happened. And it blew one of the accounts and the other one's up to its neck. So my experience of Apex are pretty good. They might just restart the two. See what happens. Yeah, I think, Artie, don't you go into the tools or something? I got some in my screen, actually. You go into tools, don't you? And you can wipe everything, and I think it wipes everything from the previous day. Trouble is, he didn't really explain about why. You think, really, what he should have said is what you need to do is do this at the end of the day, wipe it off, start afresh. You've got to be careful of and making sure you've not got two up. All the sort of problems that the sort of beginners find, because there isn't an instruction book with it. That's the problem. You're short, yeah, I'm thinking short, but there's nothing there at the moment, is there? There's no setup. I'm thinking on this, I've just got the same chart, but drawn, I'm just looking, possible a second leg. It's working its way down there in a fashion, isn't it? Trouble is, when it is choppy, you've got to be extra careful with your trade choices. See, if I'd be going short there, I'll be a bit worried now. Although it's likely to come down, it's just hard to say, isn't it? Trade the chop, get the chop, yeah. If you can get a decent setup. But when it's like this, it's just as short as I think it's coming, it's just, you could trade it, it could tick, go up here, bounce off here, and then drop like a stone. You just don't know, do you? You lost 3 points, did you? Where did you short then? Did you short here? Yeah, you must have done. I'm assuming your bar looked a little bit more bearish than mine. I looked at it. If it obviously closed on its low, I think I'd have probably taken it, because we've had this downtrend, haven't we? We've had a break, we've had a few pushes, two pushes up above the EMA, finish on a bearish bar push. Yeah, I think it's likely it's coming down. So you're thinking about this. You could have actually traded that as a failure, couldn't you, back into the... Because if you look at this, it is sort of going sideways in a bit of a range, and you could call that a failed breakout, couldn't you? So we had a push down, try to go once, go twice. You could trade that a failed single entry short, big bearish bar, back up into the risky or not, I know. It's just chopping. It's just sideways, congested at the moment. There are some days. Now, somebody mentioned earlier about not trading below those certain hours. Yeah, the market goes a bit quieter, but I've heard Max say it doesn't matter when you trade it, 24 hours a day or 23 hours a day, it works exactly the same. It's just obviously a bit slower. So as long as you don't mind the slower side, don't overtrade. I'm on to talk. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks, Artie. Take it easy. So we're going a little bit sideways here, aren't we? So we can get a push out the top and something back in. 2 trades a day. Yeah, I tend to do. I think most of the days I've done is between 1 and 4. But yeah, around about the 2 to 3. Preferably winners. But I had 18 lovely days in a row, and then I've had the last couple of days before Christmas with 2 losing days. Fortunately, not a huge amount. Yeah, so have a quick glance on the 10,000 tick chart. We're getting this push down, aren't we? Definitely getting this downward movement. There's no argument there. It's just finding a decent enough setup to take you down to the next level. Working on the overtrading. Up at last night, up to 2,200 and below the 150k account with a few trades. That's why I've always stuck to just the $50,000 accounts. I think they're the easiest to pass, and obviously they're pretty cheap to do. Just quickly thinking back on the trade copier, at least the one saving grace is the P.A. account, which is the most important one, hasn't been affected by it, tends to, which is good. I suppose that's why you have that as your lead account. So, but I've learned some lessons today. Hopefully not too costly. They're only about $16 each, so it's not the end of the world. G Money, you're about plus on 7 round trips. Good on you, mate. If it wasn't for that stupid mistake I made there, I don't know what I lost there. Probably the best part of 4 or 5 points. I'd have still been in the green a bit. And then taking that slightly riskier trade because of that sheer frustration trying to get back in there. I mean, to me, we're in this range, aren't we? And they say fail breakouts, breakouts fail, most breakouts fail. We had 2 clear legs up, big bearish bar, and I'm thinking bearish all day. So I thought that was a relatively good trade. I know I took it quick after messing up here, but I thought that was quite a good trade. We've had this sideways movement. Broke out, fail breakout, most breakouts fail back in there. I thought it was a good trade. One contract, so you must be swinging. Oh, set. I got you. Yeah. Okay, so see what happens here. Okay, same again, arrange. Let's see if we get back into it. So you find a way back. EMA's flat. Sideways movement. Broke out, come back in. What time is it? I've been going. 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6, 3 3/4 hours. Okay, we'll give it another 15 minutes. See if we get any more movement, and I think then we'll knock it on the head for the day. I think. Call that a couple of lessons. At least I'm down $130 odd, so it's not the end of the world, considering what it could have been like. Learned some valuable lessons today, that's for certain. Stop it, loss 3. 10th trade day, 5 wins, 5 losses, down 2.8. Ooh, good fun. 10 is too much. Have to work on that. Yeah, it is hard to get. You sort of get sucked into them sometimes, and it is hard. Yeah, it is hard to keep those. To keep that patience, isn't it? And just stay out of those messy trades. Excuse me just a minute. Okay. Hey, Emily. Up $1,300. Excellent. Good on you. Well done. Good for you. See you tomorrow, Emily. Good on you. Excellent. That's what you want to hear. Nice to hear somebody done well. Okay, slowly working its way back to this this trend channel. Let's have a quick look. Okay, yeah, so... Okay, so we're calling this a spiking channel, so it started here. Yeah. It's doing the same sort of thing here. We had a push down, then it went sideways, push up to the top of the trend channel. Let's see what it does something similar here, and then has a final push down. Be nice to just get green if I can, but it's done something similar here. Came down, went sideways, a couple of pushes up, dropped down, back up to the... So it's just messy at the moment, so let's see if we can wait for it to get back here and hopefully give us an opportunity. It'd be nice to get green, especially after today. Good on you, Philip. There were some nice setups. But at the moment, I've decided not to enter the trade for some reason. Have a great day, everyone. See you tomorrow. Yeah, take it easy, Philip. Have a good evening, mate. Have a good evening. Okay. I'm still thinking down. Let's see if there's a possible failure somewhere. But I think it's risky in here at the moment. Okay, here we go. Quiet, slow. So, for me, is it bookmap? Is bookmap like a footprint, that sort of thing, is it? Order flow. Is that what you mean? Bookmap? See what happens if it gets over to here. Yeah, I can only see down at the moment until anything tells me any different. Yeah. I know a sort of trader buddy of mine who does this sort of thing, uses it as well occasionally. But I know Mac doesn't use it, and I know people like Marlon, sort of Marco and Daniel don't use it. They just stick to this. So I thought about it, but I just try to keep it simple with this. And when you wait for a decent setup, it does work. I don't know, sometimes some people use it and it works okay for them, but it's just not something I'm sort of using at the moment. You're using order flow. Learning not to move my stop. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay, that is the top of the trend channel. And we've had a push out of it. One leg up, two legs up. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so we get a lower high back into it. I'm thinking bearish at the moment still. Whether it'll work or not, I don't know. If I look at the 10,000 tick chart, we've pushed down, come out of it, pushed down, come out of it, pushed down, come out of it. So I'm thinking bearish at the moment. There's nothing else I can think at the moment, to be honest with you. It could be the bottom. It could be. It's just hard to say at the moment. We've had this, what looks like a trend channel down, starting with, say, a spiking channel, touched here. We've broken out of it. There is a bit of resistance over here, so we'll have to see what happens if we can get something like or you could call this a bit of a range as well. If we can get something, maybe a lower high or something back down, then I'll have some interest. But we could. I've had two pushes up there, so one there and a second here, which actually is sort of closed more or less at the top, isn't it? So let's just see what, in fact, yeah, it has. If I take that up to the bottom, okay, that's got to the top of there, isn't it? The high there, two legs, that's finished just there. So two legs up, could be a failed breakout of the channel. Fell breakout of this range, some support across here, some resistance here, downwards, which I think is going to happen. So I can only think bearish at the moment, so I'm going to get an order ready just in case an opportunity pops up, but I'm thinking bearish at the moment. Let's see if we can get a lower high here. close that down a bit. Let's have a look at that. Okay, finishes here, finishes here. We'll see what happens. Let's get opportunity ready just in case one pops up. Might not, might keep on flying up. But at the moment, from what I can see, we fell breakout back into here, so we'll have to see what happens. Now, if this can finish bullish and we get a tick above it and come down and give me something else, I'll ride this down. Okay, that's closed. That's hopefully on its high. There you go. If it finishes on its high and triggers above, ticks above, might be an opportunity there. Okay, it's finished one tick off its high. Let's see if it ticks above it. Because there may be some longs going there. See what happens. Okay, I can't like that. See where it finishes. It has respected it. There. Broken out of it. Strongly came back. I am thinking bearish. I mean, if the bottom of the range is somewhere around here, that's a fair reason why it's strongly pushed up to the top. Looking bullish as hell, is it, you think? I don't know, until we've had a break out of this overall larger trend channel, which is looks to me. I'm still thinking it's coming down at the moment. Oof. $3,828. Support here. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take anything until it probably broke below there. We've had this new high, so we've had sort of we've had a push up, we've had a break, we've had a new high. So I'm thinking below. And to be fair, you saying 3828. To be fair, I'm going to have to. It's going to want to move down, or at least below the EMA, before I can think about taking a trade, which is going to take us down below that level anyway. So I know a couple of people who've used Mapper. There's another one. There's a couple of them, isn't there? GOM or something like that. I know sometimes it can, from what I believe, it just gives you a sort of an order book of who's waiting short at sort of here. You know what I mean? Obviously, if you say there's some shorts there, if we can break below there, then it's quite likely after we've sort of hit these tops here. I mean, it's certainly struggling to break above it. It's certainly respecting these tops, isn't it? Now, that's not to say it's not going to push out and go higher. But I think at some point, if it continues to try and push down any more, then it'll fail. And I think then, obviously, if you're on about here, you're going to have some shorts there thinking, okay, now after we've had a strong push down, we've broken out the bottom of this range, if you like, push back in, quick strong push up to the top, bounced off there a bunch of times, and I'd say there's a good chance we're going to tip. And like you say, there's probably a load of sell orders around there, isn't there? In which case, if it does come down and trigger, then you're probably going to get that push down to compensate for this. But everything's just saying bullish to me, bearish to me at the moment. I can't see any other way. I'm still thinking this big second leg down, which is down here somewhere. If I bring my bigger chart, just quickly see that. So that to me looks like a failed breakout that rate, and that trend channel starts as a spiking channel, then it touches in the middle and touches 2/3 of the way down, or 3/4 of the way down. We've had a bit of a break, so I'm not saying it's not gonna push out the top, but we've had this channel up, we've had a break and a new high, and we're sort of working our way down to here. EMA is hopefully going to start to tip. If we can get something, a push down, and then maybe a lower high, then I think I'll be interested in then taking it down to these bottoms and trying to get a little bit of green. But it could come down and sort of bounce off here and push back out. It's hard to say at the moment. Print action is what's advertised. Pull on trade, yeah. I mean, the more time it tries to get out and fails. It tried there, didn't it, a couple of times. It had a breakout there, but it strongly rejected it, didn't it? It came off the tops of here as well, so it's hard to say. Might push up a little bit of sideways and push up again. But until I can see something strongly, I mean, if this finishes bearish, that'll be a lower high. But the way things are, I think I'd like to see it push below the EMA and then give me a possible failure. Okay, it's clearly going sideways now, isn't it? We've had a new high. Okay, so we've had a push up, break, new high. See what happens now. I think the more times it tries, I think the more chance it'll have failing, but whether it pushes out or not before the... But at the moment here, it hasn't closed above this second leg. as of yet. Okay, new high. First entry. Just too choppy. Just can't do anything there. Can't trade that. Or straight on up. Absolutely. That's why you just got to avoid this. As you know, as I'm convinced it's coming down. You just don't know, especially when it goes sideways. You know, you obviously got some guys thinking it's coming down, then going up, then coming down. So you got a sort of an even balance of buyers and sellers. But hopefully, the buyers will give up, and then the sellers will take over, and we'll get a strong push down. Hopefully, I've got an order here just in case. Okay, so we've had a new high, lower high. Just can't short that. Too choppy. If we can push below and get a the trouble is, once it starts to push down here, you're probably going to get so many sellers jumping and it's probably not going to get a pullback, so that you're going to end up... but we've had a push up, break new high, try to go once. We can push below the EMA and then give us an opportunity. Or it could. Second entry long and shoots off. Hopefully, if second entry has something bullish, second entry long, it may trap a few traders thinking it's going to go higher. If it ticks above it and comes below, then I might be interested in taking a short below there. Okay, I kind of like the way that's finishing bullish. It's not dragging me interested in it, to be fair, but it will drag some. Okay, let's see if this triggers above, because I'd say that's a second entry long. See, I'm thinking bearish at the moment, but there are going to be some thinking that we're going to have another leg up here, which we possibly could, or we could go higher. Okay, it's triggered. Let's see what happens here. Let's get one ready just in case. Somebody mentioned an area there to short, so perhaps shorting by some bit below something like this. We'll have to see. But it has pulled straight back into the chop, hasn't it? So see if it does pop out, it might do. There we go. Let's just get rid of this now. Yeah. Let's see what happens. We've had one leg up. See if it does come back. Sometimes it will just pop out and then come back near just as quick. See, there is definitely some support along here, isn't it? It's held it there, broke above it, strongly came back in, so it might do the same. It's support. Popped above it, see what happens. If we do get a strong pull, we may get a strong pull down again. Okay, let's get an order ready just in case an opportunity does come, because it may be quick. Oh. Right, okay, well, we're not getting no... Okay, I think I need to clear my cache, I think. Right, that's not strong enough of a breakout to tell me we're going higher there. 200 EMA. Oh, we don't use them here. Okay, so we've had a new high. Let's see what happens. See if we can have a push down here, and then a lower high, and then I'm expecting that to come right down here then. It's nice to get some green. Yeah, it hasn't strongly pushed up like I thought it might do. Just wondering if it drops below here. Somebody mentioned this. There's probably likely going to be some shot. I'd say that's a second entry long there. Now you'd have got 2.5 points out of that, but a lot of people might be sitting in that thinking we'll give it a chance to come back to the EMA again and push a bit higher. So I dare say there's going to be some shorts. Short stops under there. Some trap longs. Let's get an order ready. Two minds whether to put my order on there. Okay, it has broken. I think we're likely to come down now. I'll have to see. Okay, we can get a lower high, then I'm thinking down. Come on. Okay. Excuse me. Trigger above here and give me a nice short opportunity. Go on, push up. Okay. Now what I want now is a nice bearish bar. So we've gone up. That hasn't really come to nothing in my opinion. You think when it broken over there, when it broken above it, it would push up. And we've pushed then strongly back below the EMA. So we can get a nice bearish bar here. Then I'm going to go short there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we may get another little leg down and give me some green. I expect it to come below here then. Okay, I think it's going to do this quick, that's the thing, isn't it? Doesn't look like that's going to materialise, does it? No. Okay. See if we can get a push up here. It's not over with yet. See what happens here. It's definitely choppy. It's not as predictable as it has been other days. Okay, that's not done that. Let's get rid of that. Okay. See, I got a chart above it, and I've adjusted. I've adjusted it slightly, and we're touching that last swing high was touching the top of that. Now that's not guaranteed that's right, but it looks pretty okay. So I'm looking. Let's see what happens here. I'm still thinking we're coming down. But it is so choppy at the moment, you've got to be so careful. Last thing I want to do is get into a really crappy trade. See what happens here. Let's get a short ready. No, I can't get into that at the moment. As bearish as it's looking, it's such a big bar. So we got this new high. See what happens with it. No, I just don't like it. It's a big ass bar, even if it finishes on its low, and it's so sideways, you just got to be so careful. The last thing I want to do, I mean, I'm only $130 down. I'd rather go home $130 down than try and force a trade. You know, I am thinking down, but it's just the way things are at the moment. It's just so risky. I thought, you know, if we broke here, we'd have a strong push up, but it didn't. We had a quick push down below the EMA, and then we pushed straight above it. So it's just hard to say. Perhaps we are going up. It's just unpredictable. Yeah. Yeah, Joel, I agree with you. Yeah, it's just not worth the risk. I always made a stupid mistake and got suckered into a trade earlier, and I want to try and make sure that doesn't happen again. See that bar there, big strong bullish bar, broke below there, we strongly pushed, so that's a second entry, that is, which is triggered. So if that does come down and break below here and possibly here, then I think that will give us a strong push down. And if I look at this chart above me, we'll come into the area where I'm expecting it to turn if it does come down. At the moment, I'm still thinking bearish. It's had its opportunities to get up, but it's struggled. But it's choppy as shit, in it. It's had a few days of this stuff, isn't it? Perhaps this will push it up. It's trying to. The trouble is, you really want to go long into that lot. It's already tried to push out once before and drop straight back in, so well, there it goes. Will it last long? Now, I'd say, if anything, this is more of a breakout. That could be a second entry short. So it's actually broke out the top of the trend channel at the moment, so you could possibly trade that back in, but I don't know. I just don't like it. I just don't like it, not when the EMA is facing upwards. It's easy to get suckered into that second entry short. I don't know. Might work, possibly will, but it's just too risky. You could say that's a failed breakout, couldn't you? It hasn't finished bullish enough, even bearish enough, even if I wanted to take that, to be honest with you, which I don't. Excuse me. Okay, it's triggered anyway. See if it comes down and gives us something a bit lower. But I don't know the way that's looking. If I'd taken that now, my arse would be twitching like a good one. Sometimes when it does that, and I've ummed and ahhed about that, I might jump in there, just click sell. Take a very small risk, just on the off chance that it may do. But it's looking not looking good to me for the shorts. There we go. No one shorted that, did they? Right, okay, let's just move this up a minute like this. Let's just see if there's any... Yeah, it is looking like it's trying to move upwards again, isn't it? I'll tell you what, someone give me some advice. I've never used any type of footprint or what. I understand the basics. Does anybody know of any good videos on YouTube that explain it from complete beginners? Because I've looked a little bit, but I haven't found anything. So if anybody knows any good videos on YouTube that explains how to read it properly, there are lots of videos out there on reading this type of market, but obviously order flow. Let me know. Someone put it in the comments if you know of any good videos which explain it for complete beginners from a complete idiot. And then I'll have a look. I know some people, it complements other charts. I know Marlon, a trader buddy of mine, has this chart, and he also has a box on the side showing what's in. I think it just, if he's looking to take a short here, he can just see where there are a lot of other potential shorts. And if there's a lot of shorts waiting to short sort of below 2.6, then if you put your short in and it does manage to break below, then it's better to go with the many rather than the few. So yeah, if you do know any videos out there on YouTube, or you can recommend a video out there from somebody who makes them about basics, AXA Futures is a great order flow video. AXA Futures. Okie dokie. Dr. Linny, I'm going to take a quick photo with my phone on that comment. AXA Futures is a great, excellent, done it. Now, are they like a business, or are they just on YouTube? They're UK prop firm. Oh, are they really? AXA Futures. Okay. Are you UK based yourself, are you, Dr. Linney? Oh, USA. All right. There is edge in order flow. If you find it. What channel is called order flows? I have watched as well. Order flows, yeah, I think I need it. I'm quite basic. I sort of get what it is. I suppose they're in the shape of the bars, aren't they? And they just give the possible buyers and sellers sitting in the wings. AXA futures is good. Yeah, I'll have a look at that later. Hopefully to sort of try and complement my trading or to stop me from taking something stupid. I'm still so frustrated about dropping that order in there. I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Personally use bookmap. So do you use it alongside a regular chart like this or just on its own? Next stop, 38.42. It's rejected it though, isn't it? Oof, is this the time where we're going to come back in? Let's see if we can get a possible setup. So we have still closed there, isn't it? Beautiful bearish bar. That one might have been a good place, but just the way things are at the moment. Let's see what happens here. Well, that's a big bar, isn't it? If you'd have gotten to that. Use both, yeah. See if we can get a lower high. So we have come out the range now, the trend channel, and we've pushed strongly back into it. So if we can get a setup here, I'll go short. Would have been nice to get into that, actually. You'd have got six points out of that. 2, 4, 6 points. Jim Ashley. Oh, look at that. Sage, have you thought about sharing volume on your screens? No, I haven't. I tend to follow the max price action trading system. And he doesn't. He just keeps his chart as simple as this. And that's sort of what he teaches. Before I get interested in short, though, I want that to tick higher. Because if I look on this overall chart I've drawn down here, it has had a break out of that. Well, from what I can see, how I've drawn it right, whether it's right or not, I don't know. Simple charts, the best charts. Yeah, I mean, Mac teaches this. Mac's been trading for, I think, nigh on 30 years. And this is just how he teaches, doesn't use anything else. I still have a little look at the, here we go again. Yeah, I'll get some data in when you get the chance. Mac doesn't even use things like the 10,000 tick chart. I think he has a look at the daily once a day to see where we've been, where we might do. But he just keeps it as simple as this. And when it works, I mean, bearing in mind you've got to take good trades. You've got to wait for good setups. But if you don't make any stupid mistakes, which I've done, you take good setups. It works, and it works really well. It's unclear, really, isn't it? Yeah, it's just so choppy and unclear. Let's get rid of that for the time being. Let's just remove that. Let's put that about there. I mean, this channel might be relevant, it might not be. It's hard to say at the moment. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Joel? You're not wrong, mate. I'm just wondering, as we've had this channel and we've hit the top, whether we're likely to come down and push down some more. I'd say it's probably likely. There is a lower high there, but it's just shitting it sideways. It's just you get in that and you can get mashed up really quick. And if you look at that there, sort of holding under here, I'd say it's quite likely it's coming down. I've thought that for a while, but you just don't know at the moment, do you? Probably will do, but not when you want it to. You might as well just flip a coin if you're going to go in that lot, aren't you? But Sam, you mentioned drawing this, didn't you, earlier? Which I drew, touching here. We've had a breakout, which would tell us then we would be moving down in. It's sort of it's pretty close, pretty good with the bottom, isn't it? But I drew that when you mentioned it earlier, because I've got another chart up here. But it's just... Tough old day today. I thought things might get a bit of a better day today after the last couple of days, last week. So there's a second entry long there, so maybe that might trap some buyers thinking we're going up again. It's hard to say. Okay, that's triggered. Yeah, I think that was okay. We had this sideways, couple of pushes up. I think that's the screwed one. That was the better option. Wait for the higher low, finish on its end. Nice and bearish. Not a huge amount of setups, I would say. Yeah, possible way down there, but it's just so risky, isn't it? Because it's sideways. Very easy to get in there. Tick below, come down to here, push above you. Holiday season for a few more days. Yeah, I'd say you're probably right. That's when I asked earlier. A lot of the institutional guys back. Yeah, I don't think they probably are. Just wondering, there is a second entry long there, which is triggered. I'm just wondering if that drops below here. Is that likely then to push down? I think it may do. See if it drops below here. Let's get an order ready if I can get a good setup. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing there was a few longs in there. Trouble is, if I went short below here, my stop would have to be up here, which is a big risk, and there's no guarantee it's going to come down. It might just bounce around here some more and push up. Okay, it did what I expected. I didn't think it would do it just straight away then, but I did omen and ah whether to put my order under there. Yeah, 3.5 points out of that. I expected another leg down. Okay, took right off that. 2 legs down. I mean, that could push back up. It's just hard to say at the moment. It's just so choppy, isn't it? Bounced off the midline. Would you go along with that? Not how that is. Two legs down. Oh, Ronnie just got stopped out, did you? Excuse me. Did you take that second entry long there, did you? Or not? No, I suppose you did if your runner got stopped out. Did you go short there? No. Must have been here for your runner to get stopped out. Okay. Let's see. Let's bring that down like that. See what that occurs. And I'll tell you why. I'm looking on this the chart above me at the moment. we've had a break out of here, so whether it'll come back in, it's hard to say. Well, it has come back in, but whether we'll get a failure and which will take it lower, I'm still expecting this this measured move. Now, whether it will or not, I don't know. But I'm just going to sit here a tad longer and see if maybe we can get a failure. You were short from the top. Oh, from here. Yeah, I did look at that, but the way that just keeps pushing up, I just thought, oh, tick below, get trapped. But, I mean, based on what I can see there now, see, any other day I'd have probably taken that, but just the way things are today, I'm just a little bit edgy. Let's see if we can get a failure here. I'm hoping that's a bit bullish on some charts and it might tick above. So look, it has ticked above it, but I want it a little bit tighter than that. Let's get an order ready. See what we end up with. On about there, yeah. And that drawn to the nearest tick. Excuse me, just a minute. Ah, dear me. Okay, I think I'm going to knock it on the head for the day. It's just doing nothing, isn't it? It's just sideways, sideways, sideways. The trouble is, the longer I sit here, the more chance I've got of getting suckered into a stupid trade. So, what time is it? It's been about 4 and 3/4 hours, I think, isn't it? We have had that 2 legs down, but it's just so sideways, isn't it? Even if you get into a trade, it might only go up a couple of points if you're lucky. And considering what the risk's like, it's just too risky. So I'm going to knock it on the head there, I think. So I appreciate everyone hooking up. I'm trading tomorrow, no trading Thursday. So it's been a long old day, innit? A bit of a tough day. A few lessons learned. I'm going to have a chat with Apex, see if they'll do anything about that. So thanks, Joel. Bit of a lesson learned. It's never going to be always smooth flowing. I had 18 great days in a row, and the last few days have been a bit testing, but it is what it is, isn't it? You just got to move on, haven't you? So I'm going to have a couple of whiskies, chill out a bit, have a good cry. But no, it is what it is. There's no point in moaning about it, so I'm just going to have to get on with it. And so I will see all you guys tomorrow. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the comments. Nice chat with you all, and I will catch you guys